Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to our post-debate analysis. Inshallah, we have a great analysis coming up for you. But first, let me know if you cannot hear the sound or if there's any problems with the sound so we can address it before we get into the action. So for this post-debate analysis, we're going to be talking about the debate on the acceptability of minor marriage. And this is a debate that I had with a Christian apologist named Mike Jones. And, the reaction has been quite interesting. So we want to look at what people are saying. We want to fact check. We want to fact check Mike Jones and look at what he was claiming and if there's any factual basis to his claims. And for this, throughout the debate, he was saying we have to trust the medical experts. We have to trust the medical science. So guess what? We have an actual medical doctor, practicing physician, very accomplished one at that, who will join us, inshallah, to discuss the medical science and actually deconstruct some of the citations that our buddy Mike was making in the debate. So you definitely want to stay tuned for that. But what's even, equally exciting, if not more exciting, is that we're inviting Christians to call in, to join the stream and get their thoughts on this issue of minor marriage. We're going to ask them some good questions, let's just say, about the topic, and really address, the elephant in the room, which is how do Christians believe we should deal with minors who have raging hormones? We know the answer of liberals and atheists, what minors who have raging hormones should do. They should just fornicate. They should sleep around as much as that's what's healthy, right? As long as they practice safe sex, have a boyfriend, girlfriend, maybe dabble into some lesbianism or homosexuality, maybe change your gender. Like, this is what's healthy, according to the medical experts that Mike Jones continuously cited and appealed to their authority throughout the debate. So we want to get some Christian perspectives on that and see if other Christians agree with Mike Jones, or do they think Mike Jones is a heretic? So we'll definitely talk about that, inshallah. So before we get into the stream, I want to just ask you all to sign up for our email list. Why? Because censorship, we all know tech censorship. At any moment, this channel, other social media channels that Muslim Skeptic is on, could be nuked. So we want to be able to contact you in case that happens and you want to be in touch with us. So if that describes you, just go to muslimskeptic.com and there's a sign up link right at the top. Just enter your email. That way, if we need to contact you or you want to get updates on Muslim Skeptic, we're not going to spam your email. We're not going to sell your information. Just sign up on muslimskeptic.com. Now, I want to make a couple of remarks before we bring in our esteemed doctor, physician, and get into the actual analysis. There's a lot of questions that have come about why would Daniel engage in this type of debate? And doesn't it seem like it's drawing all kinds of negative scrutiny on Islam? Isn't this something that shouldn't be discussed? Blah, 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 blah. This is, I think, the wrong way to think about it, right? And yes, it is hurtful when you see these Christians giggling and laughing and making jokes at the expense of Islam, at the expense of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But they've been doing this for years. As long as there's been social media, there have been Christian and atheist and other religions just trolling Islam. And this is the number one thing that they focus on. They focus on this issue of minor marriage and the marriage of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to Aisha when she was 6, and the consummation of their marriage when she was 9. And this is the reality. Like, this debate that I had is not like an issue that people had no idea about, like, oh, now we're just finding out. No, this is like the main point of their attack against Islam. So we need to address it. We need to address it in a way that actually takes us out of being defensive and actually makes us, puts us on the offensive. We have to shift the burden. We have to put the burden, especially on Christians, but also on atheists and liberals. We have to shift the burden onto them in addressing this argument. And that's what I attempted to do in the debate. And that kind of argument I hadn't seen before, because what I argued in the debate is that the big issue, the big problem is minors go through puberty. They hit puberty and begin puberty anywhere from 8 to 12 years old on average. And some sizable percentage of minors actually complete puberty by the age of 10. And we're going to look at that data, inshallah, because Mike Jones disputed that. We're going to look at it. We're going to look at the papers. We're going to look at the CDC, etc. But this is a brute fact about human biology, and it's a fact about human society. So how can you address this issue, this brute biological fact? And throughout history, the way to address puberty was to encourage marriage. Now, the marriage didn't have to happen at the time of puberty or at the time of menstruation in the case of girls, even though that did happen. That was common and it was acceptable. But in general, there was a push to get married early, within the early teens, mid-teens. And since industrialization, since the influence of feminism, all these things I discussed in my opening statement in the debate, that average age of marriage has been getting later and later and later and later. To such a point that someone getting married at 18 is now considered that's considered pedophilia. Like, you had examples. I didn't get a chance to talk about it in the debate, but you have even celebrities like Jerry Seinfeld, for example, or I believe Woody Allen is a comedian. Even Charlie Chaplin, the famed cultural icon, classic comedian with these black and white movies. Charlie Chaplin had many marriages to teenagers as young as 15 or 16. But they married, like, all of these figures married, their wives who are in their teens, sometimes 18 or 19, and they're called pedophiles. They've been slammed as pedophiles, like these kinds of even very popular figure. So even 18 now is considered pedophilia. Marrying an 18-year-old is considered pedophilia. So that average age is just getting further and further back. And what does this promote? This promotes fornication, because people have a biological need and they cannot express that except through hookup culture and all kinds of other degeneracy that Islam certainly condemns. And so does, I thought, Christianity. Problem with Christians is that they're in denial. They want to pretend like this isn't a problem, and they just want to, bash and attack Islam. So we have the opportunity to shift the burden. We have to keep pressing these Christians and saying, like, we have this Islamic solution. We have this, example of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What do you have? You don't have a solution. Your solution is ridiculous. Like, it's a joke. So this is what we're going to be talking about, especially in the Christian call-in. So, I wanted to make this kind of argument, shifting the burden, because ultimately the kind of arguments that we've seen, they're okay arguments, like claiming that, well, in the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in pre-modernity, this is just what people did. It was totally acceptable to get married, for marriage at a young age, minor marriage. This was completely acceptable. And we see this in Christianity and Judaism and Hinduism and so forth. This is not a bad argument. I'm not slamming this argument, but it's a limited argument. It's very limited because the thing is that as Muslims, we believe that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Islam is for all times, and it sets standards. It sets an example for all times, and the acceptability, like the moral acceptability of certain of these kinds of actions and the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is acceptable for all times. That doesn't mean that there aren't conditions that have to be met, that things aren't qualified. Yes, of course, that's a part of Islamic law. That's a part of the traditional fiqh of Islam, the jurisprudence of Islam. So don't get it twisted. But the tendency is for people to argue that, well, we're in different times now, and now we're in a more superior time, so we don't practice this kind of thing anymore, but was acceptable in the past. So this lends itself to modernism, actually, because then people can say, well, okay, if minor marriage is obsolete because we're in different times, then what about other aspects of Islam? What about other principles of Islam? Like, what about the hijab? What about gender separation? What about the prohibition of sex outside of marriage? Like, we live in different times, so maybe we need to reform and change all of these other aspects of traditional Islam. So we don't want to open the door to that. That's why we have to defend the practice of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it's not hard to defend. It's not hard to defend as soon as you acknowledge the biological reality that this is the way human beings are naturally. Like, human beings become sexual beings at puberty, and sometimes that age is young compared to what the cultural understanding of being a child is. And this is the denialism. Like, when we'll talk about that, but when people say the word child, they imagine like a little toddler, a little toddler on a tricycle with ponytails, like a ponytail or pigtails, and that's what a child is. But this is a disconnect from the biological reality. The reality is that when these children hit puberty, they start having these urges biologically. They start being interested in that kind of behavior, sexual behavior. They start practicing fornication. If it's left unregulated, they start engaging in masturbation, consuming pornography, and on and on. And all of the statistics that I cited in the opening statement speak to this kind of reality. But the Christians and Christian society, insofar as they still care about religion and the commandments of God, they want to, put their heads in the sand. They want to be like ostriches, put their heads in the sand and ignore that reality and think, oh no, my child is going to be, that toddler on the tricycle until she's age 18 or 20 or 25. Anything prior to that, she's just an innocent little angel. Oh, my angel. Meanwhile, she is, by the time she's 18, she's had 5 or 6 different sexual partners. And this is happening like, it's like the open secret. So, and again, this is like such a common, like when it comes to Muslim culture. As for me, like my great grandmother was married at age 14. And many of you Muslims also, you have relatives that have been married, maybe in your grandparents' generation, your great grandparents. They were married in their early teens. Like, this is not some weird little thing that has not been practiced. Like, condemning minor marriage is to condemn, entire generations, including our own, generations we might still be in contact with because they're still alive, our great grandparents or our grandparents. And Christians want to do this. Like, this is the liberal project, is to disconnect us from prior generations and for us to be goaded into condemning prior generations, to condemn our grandparents. This is how colonial powers have tried to attack religion and attack all traditions by getting Muslims and other traditional cultures to condemn their ancestors as pedophiles, as barbaric, bloodthirsty, intolerant, homophobic, transphobic, on and on, so that you condemn your entire history. You condemn your lineage, basically, where you come from. And what do you adopt in its place? You adopt, liberal, progressive modernity as pushed by the imperial colonial powers, the neoliberal world order. That's the way that it works. So, people who are anti or decolonial, for example, take this into consideration. Like when you adopt this line against minor marriage, you are part of the colonial project. You are condemning indigenous people. You're condemning all of these traditional religions and cultures. Okay, so so let the people laugh. Let the Christians laugh it up. They're basically NPCs, right? They're NPCs, they're normies. Their only understanding of the world and morality is based on their programming, like what they see on TV or what they learn in school. Like they can't think or understand beyond that. So the debate is not like having this debate and having this conversation is not really aimed at those people, that at the NPCs, because the NPCs are never going to wake up, other than what Allah wills. They're just NPCs. So let them laugh it up. They're laughing before, they're going to continue to laugh. Our target is actually the Christians who are sincere. They care about God. They care about tradition. They are concerned about what is happening to society and to their own religious tradition. And they are seriously considering Islam. The problem is that they have these mental blocks. Like, okay, what about this whole jihad business in Islam? What about this whole minor marriage thing in Islam? What about this, hijab issue or gender inequality in Islam? They have these mental blocks because they are suffering from the same kind of liberal programming and brainwashing that we all have suffered through. So they have these mental blocks. My goal is to just destroy these blocks. That's the whole point of Muslim Skeptic. We're destroying these blocks to clear a path for Christians to become Muslims. And that's happening. Look at the comments. Look at the comments on our channel. Look at Twitter, look at YouTube, look at Facebook, look at the comment section in MuslimSkeptic.com itself. Christians are waking up. There are many Christians, sincere Christians, that are becoming Muslim, or they're saying, I'm about to become Muslim. Those are the people that we're targeting. There are people who can understand like these arguments, and once you strip away the liberalism, then why wouldn't I accept Islam? Like, why wouldn't I become Muslim? Because theologically it's more coherent than Christianity. In terms of preservation of the religion itself and the lack of these changes and modifications, Islam is better preserved than Christianity, and that's attested to by objective historical fact and empirical fact, actually, with carbon dating, radiocarbon dating, and so forth. So what is really the benefit of staying a Christian? I will follow my mind, I'll follow reason, I'll follow the evidence. I'm going to become Muslim. We're just clearing the path for that. So let these NPCs, let these libtard Christians like Mike Jones just laugh it up. Have a good time, enjoy. While you're laughing, Christians are becoming Muslim by the droves. This is becoming like a crisis emergency situation for them. Like big name Christians, someone like Sneeko, like the recent announcement that Sneeko made. Sneeko was, advocating for Christianity for a long time. He considered himself a Christian. And then he announces that, oh, no, actually, I'm a Muslim. Same thing with Andrew Tate. Like this is a crisis, because with every Sneeko that becomes Muslim, with every Andrew Tate that becomes Muslim, how many thousands, tens of thousands of other Christians are also following their path? So an avalanche of apostasy, as David Wood likes to say. That's what's happening. So just laugh it up, have a good joke, at the expense of Islam. This is exactly like the Quraysh. The Quraysh, the pagan Arabs, they were laughing at the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, saying very vile, mean things about him, besmirching his character against the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Muslims. Uh, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, for the most part, was silent. For the most part, I mean, there were certain cases that he did respond back. I won't get into that for this post-debate analysis. Stay tuned for that. But he would sometimes, for the most part, he would stay silent because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is thinking about the larger, like his target wasn't the Quraysh. Like, you think the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was concerned about the Quraysh, like a bunch of these, mindless drones? Like, is that like that wasn't his concern? He's thinking about Islam is going to spread, across the world. It's going to become the dominant power. It's going to be civilizationally one of, the greatest civilization. And this is something that even the academic objective analysts will acknowledge. Islam was they'll say that it was one of the greatest civilizations. We know it was the greatest civilization. So this is what the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in his dawah, he's thinking about that. He's aiming for that. Just complete dominance. Yeah, okay, you want to laugh it up, you want to make jokes. Like, this is just, we have bigger goals. We have a bigger strategy. So while they're distracted by their incompetence, we march on. We march ahead. We keep doing our work because we have bigger goals. We have bigger. Christianity, they don't have any goals. Christianity, unfortunately, I wish this wasn't the case, because when Christians are more religious, that usually has an effect on society. Society becomes more religious. But Christians don't have. The only goal that Christians have is not being called racist, not being called homophobic, not being called bigoted. Like, that's the only goal that Christians have. You can see it online. Like, we just want to be, accepted. Don't ban us. Like, that's the kind of mindset that Christians have. They just want to be a part of the American dream, like part of democracy is our greatest strength, and they want to be a part, the Constitution is the greatest document, and the Declaration of Independence. Like, they're fully plugged into the liberal secular project. So they have no civilizational goal. Like, Christianity is dead. It's dead. Muslims, on the other hand, we have goals. We have projects. We have a vision for the future. We've rejected this liberal secular nonsense. We know it's a hoax. We know that it's all just about this controlling human beings and pushing this satanic transhumanist project. Like, we get it. And we're trying to bring the solution. We're trying to save humanity. That's what Islam is about. Islam is about solutions, saving humanity. Christians are about, please don't call me a bigot. Please, I'm not against transgender. Just wait till you're 18. I'm not against gay marriage. I think everyone has the right. Like, I'm not, I don't want to have any kind of law that bans fornication, even though I technically consider it, one of the worst crimes, against God. But, we have to respect freedom of sexuality, freedom of religion. So it's a joke. Like, that's unfortunately what Christianity has become. I wish they were traditional. I wish they maintained their traditions. It would be better. I've said this many times. It would be better for Muslims. I wish that the society I was living in right now, American society, was traditional Christian. It wasn't this kind of liberal, secular Christianity that people like Mike Jones profess. Like, that's a disaster for Muslims. It's a disaster for Christians. It's a disaster for Muslims. It's a disaster for society, because it's anti-family, it's anti-marriage, it's anti-human values, anti-community. So anyway, that's just an intro. Let me introduce our esteemed doctor. Doctor is sending me memes as we speak. Hold on. Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, dear brother?
Good, alhamdulillah. How are you, Dr. Abdullah? Please introduce yourself to our audience.
Uh, so I am Mahmoud Abdullah. I am currently working in New York as a medical doctor. And I did watch the debate. I had a chance to go through it once, and I was impressed with the quality of the arguments that you brought. And I just wanted to say that this was very technically proficient, like almost free of any medical errors on your side. The other side, I cannot really say the same. I'm not sure if the guy actually knows how to read scientific literature. He might be scientifically illiterate, but we will evaluate that later on the stream, inshallah.
Okay, that sounds good, inshallah. So, in
Mhm.
terms of organization, how do you want to comment? Do you want me to just play his opening statement and then pause whenever you have something to object to? Or should we just go paper by paper? I'm not sure how you best think is best.
We could just let him talk. His opening statement, in his opening statement, he showed us about 20, 30 articles. And out of these, he maybe pulled out quotes that he liked from maybe 5 or 10 of them, about 10 of them. And I managed to read through most of those articles, especially last night. I was doing a late night shift, but in between patients, I managed to go through his papers. He is not doing a very good job, scientifically speaking.
Okay.
And we could play his opening statement and pause as we evaluate, or however you want to go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Let's get into that. And then at the end of that, I want to make a point about um, his modernism, because the kind of modernism and revisionism that Mike Jones, so there's like this medical aspect, like he's completely incompetent, as you'll demonstrate, on the medical science and the scientific papers. He's also incompetent in the historical citations he made. So I focused on that in preparing for this stream. We'll talk about the historical citations that he made and how he's misquoting or misinterpreting. And then there's a bigger point about Christian morality, because I made this argument as well in the debate and afterwards, that where does Jesus condemn child marriage and minor marriage? Where does that, even though it was common within his time period, where does he actually make a condemnation? And Mike Jones is not able to respond. The only
Mm.
response he has is that, well, you're misunderstanding Christian morality. Christian morality is about virtue ethics. And he explains this in a video on his channel, that Christian morality is about principles. Like Jesus taught some very important but basic principles, like love thy neighbor. And that principle is, you can derive Christian ethics and Christian ethical behavior from that. And loving thy neighbor does not include minor marriage. And that's how we know Jesus would be against minor marriage. That's the kind of argument he's making. So I want to do a historical analysis of this kind of Christian revisionism. And it's actually very interesting, like where this idea comes from. It's actually predates Mike Jones. I don't know if he thinks this is an original argument, but this is something, it predates the kind of revisionist Christians that he cites. It actually goes to the beginning of the Enlightenment. And I'll make some citations and we'll talk about that as well. So let's just get started with the debate preview. I need to just set up the video. And then also some of the biblical references that he makes and claims about the Talmud. I want to share from the Quran and Bible blog. It's a YouTube channel that has 3 or 4 videos reviewing the debate and fact-checking Mike Jones. I'll play those clips as well, because he brings some good points against Mike Jones, showing that he's also incompetent with biblical sources as well. So it's like medical sources, historical sources, and also biblical sources. It's just like a trifecta of incompetence. Okay, going to the opening.
And please let me know if my sound quality is not good. I could try to switch around my setup.
It's fine.
All right.
Okay. Let us see this.
Thank you, James. Thank you to Modern Debate for hosting.
No. Where's the quality low? Let's playback speed, normal.
Yeah, we have some flickering on the stream. Are you seeing the same? Right side of the screen is flickering right now.
No, I don't see any flickering.
It is flickering crazy for us. Could you try? Okay, now it's gone. Now it's perfect.
So this is a debate I never thought I'd have to have because I assumed that as a species, we realized the practice of child marriage was an abomination at this point.
Could we
Apparently
stop at this
Muslims-
point?
Okay.
So to begin with, he uses these two pictures to show us how creepy and terrible child marriage is. I actually looked these up. The left picture is from a YouTube channel that they did for a prank. They dressed this guy up as this old, ugly, creepy-looking man, and they put a minor next to him, and they put them in Times Square in 2016 just to, get people riled up and angry, and they posted it on their YouTube channel as a social experiment. The picture on the left is not a real picture. That is a setup. The picture on the right is a photo shoot from UNICEF to argue against child marriage. The picture on the left is also a setup by the UN. It is not a real marriage picture either. So he's off to a very strong start, as you can tell.
Yeah, he's, bringing up pranks basically and setups. Okay.
Like Daniel, think this is a practice he can defend as a moral good. The reason this debate came about was because Daniel publicly challenged me on the topic, which is fine. I've publicly challenged people, but when I've done so, I've reached out to them privately to set it up. This did not happen, which left me confused as if this debate was going to happen. But I contacted James to make sure we certainly got to this point. So here are my goals. I will argue the practice of child marriage is not morally permissible because of the harm it causes. It leads to physical abuse, bodily harm, psychiatric problems, and a high risk of death. So if you agree with Daniel, Chris Hansen would like for you to take a seat. Take a seat right over there as we dive in.
Cheap joke.
Now, the United Nations.
Yeah, cheap joke. Hey, is it still glitching for you?
It is glitching terribly. I don't know if it is for the other viewers, but on my screen it was glitching nonstop. If it's okay for other viewers, that's fine with me.
Yeah, let's just make sure that it's not glitching for anyone. Any viewers, you have a problem with the video? Is it glitching, or can you see and hear everything clearly? Yeah, it seems like people are saying it's okay.
Okay, just me, but just on my end, then that's fine. You can continue. I have the slides in front of me anyway.
Okay.
Right.
Defines a child as anyone below the age of 18. I suspect Daniel will disagree with this because it's not the age of adulthood historically. So for the sake of clarity, I will define a female child as anyone who has not completed puberty. The CDC says puberty is complete in girls between 15 and 17. So it makes sense. The following stage,
Could
age
we
18,
stop
is
here
when we
right
grant
now?
the status of
I have more.
Yep.
So he cites these talking points. He says teenager is like someone between 15 to 17 years of age. And he says maturity is he's trying to argue that maturity is attained between 15 and 17 years of age. Now, where did he get these numbers? So the top quote, if you look closely, he took it from a positive parenting tips page. And
Right.
That's from the positive parenting tips page of the CDC. And it's, has advice. It has vague general advice for families of teenagers saying, hey, your child will be rebellious and sexually experiment. Nowhere does it say age of maturity is 15 or 17. This is just a public-facing, a PCA kind of public service announcement kind of
Right.
website. This is not a scientific publication by the CDC. Nowhere does the CDC define a teenager as 15 to 17.
Right.
And he's not really citing a real source for the top quote. The bottom quote is from the Encyclopedia of Educational Therapy and Philosophy. And this is, again, not a medical journal. This is the guy who wrote the bottom quote has a education degree.
Right.
That bottom quote is not making any scientific point.
Okay, so then what is the science?
Well, the science is, as you said, as you accurately quoted multiple times, the biological definition of maturity is puberty, and the puberty process takes a child to maturity, to adulthood. And in girls, it can be completed between 10 to 13 to sometimes 15 years of age. It differs, but in most cases, it is complete by 12, 13. And
it's complete by 12 or 13.
Complete by 12 or 13, like you said many times. And he is just quoting the Encyclopedia of Educational Theory about how to educate youngsters. He's not quoting any medical source. Why is he doing this? Because he knows that actual medical sources go against what he's trying to argue. So he does this a lot. We will notice that he does this a lot.
Yeah. So when people think about a 12-year-old or an 11-year-old, they have a hard time seeing that a 12-year-old can be a grown woman. Like, because when you say that, oh, they're puberty, like they're physically mature, they think of like size. And a 12-year-old or 11-year-old, they're not that big in size. So how can they be physically mature? Like, okay, fine, they've hit puberty, but why should that count as physical maturity? It seems completely unintuitive.
Mm-hmm. Well,
how would you respond to that?
Yeah, so different girls and different boys mature at different times. Some of them start maturing at 7, 6, 7, 8. Some of them are, some of them start growing late. Some of them have that growth spurt, start very late at 11, 12. And boys will remember, they were short until they were 11, 12, 13. And but at that same age group, girls have almost completed their puberty. This is about 5th or 6th grade in public school years. And if you guys can remember, on the 5th or 6th grade, the girls were towering over the boys. The girls would be much taller than the boys of the same class, of the same age group, because as is accurately mentioned on the screen here, girls are always ahead in terms of development, even starting from birth, even from infanthood. Girls are always ahead in development. Their bone age, their bone development is much more advanced. This is the CDC stats, I believe.
This is National Health Statistics.
Mm-hmm. And this one right here, and this one right here says 1% of girls have their period at 8 years. 4% have their period by 9 years of age. Now, this
10% by 10.
10% of girls have their periods by 10 years of age. So period is not just, one morning a little girl wakes up, a little toddler wakes up one morning and discovers a pool of blood out of nowhere. This is not how female puberty works. First, they have internal organ growth. First, their ovaries wake up. Their system starts making estrogen. Their internal organs grow. They have a massive growth spurt because estrogen causes lengthening of the bones. They have a massive growth spurt. And at the same time, their body starts showing other changes. fat deposition starts happening. So in females, fat deposits on the breasts and the buttocks and the hip area. And this very rapidly becomes noticeable in girls. In fact, so rapidly that the first fake picture that he showed with the child bride, supposed child bride, you actually had to censor that photo because the girl has breast development. It is an explicit photo. You had to censor it. And I looked it up. It says she is 12 years on that photo that we had to censor.
Yeah. Yeah.
So girls have bodily development, body hair, armpit hair, pubic hair, and their breast development speeds up. And only after they are at their adult height do they have the period. Let me quote from another article. This is a Mormon 1982 article. And Mormon found that at the time of menarche, at the time of the first period, the girls are at the 96% of their adult height. In medical terms, we usually tell patients, after you had your period, you will only grow maybe 1 more inch. So once you have your period, that's your adult height. You have reached your physical maturity at menarche, basically. And he also makes a big deal about pelvic dimensions. Oh, small pelvis. So at the time of menarche, girls have 85% of their adult pelvic dimensions. So their pelvic growth has completed by 85%. And the remaining 15% is complete within the next 1 or 2 years.
Right.
So going back to the initial argument that I was making, at menarche, girls are basically adults. They are adult size. After menarche, there's no better biological marker of adulthood. So it is a very good marker. It's not the only marker, but it is a very good marker of adulthood. In fact, scientific studies talk about gynecologic age. They say, patient at the age of patient at the second gynecologic year is similar to patients in their 30s for birth complications. What they mean by gynecologic years is after menarche, after the first period. And you have the Tanner stages on the page right here. This is what medical doctors use to evaluate maturity in a girl and a boy. This is the girl's version. So as you can see, like 5 Tanner stages. And
menarche happens at stage 4. So I think this is what people, what you're saying. Like people have this idea that you have a toddler, and then suddenly there's a pool of blood. Suddenly the period happens. No, there's a lot of physical growth internally and externally. And so internally, when menarche happens, the child or the minor has been completely matured physically and is ready for reproduction. But, internally, in terms of the internal organs, the reproductive organs, those have developed in much earlier stages.
Yes. The internal organs actually start growing before anything else becomes visible from the outside. And once you have external, body shape changes, like the girl you had to censor on the initial slide, once things are at that stage, that is functionally an adult, basically. And it is at the girl at menarche is at adult height. The girl at menarche is capable of childbirth. And we can get into that kind of stats later, but that is what he's misrepresenting, and that is what the entire culture, American, English, European culture is misrepresenting at this point. The myth that girls are toddlers until the age of 17, and overnight, when they turn 18, they become adults, completely, perfectly able, capable, consenting. That historically has not been the case, as you mentioned, and historically, all cultures, all primitive cultures, tribal cultures, Islamic culture, they always went by bodily maturity, just like that slide we showed, just like modern medical experts do. They look at the external shape of the bride and decide, okay, this girl is ready for marriage.
Right. All right.
Which is what he's misrepresenting. Yeah, please don't let me interrupt too much, please.
Okay.
Of adulthood. And so I will argue no one should really marry under 18, and no girl should be subjected to motherhood until she has decided to have a child and has matured enough. Obviously, there is some variation when that occurs. Therefore, I will argue consummating marriage with a girl who has not completed puberty and forcing her to bear children is immoral. Now, Daniel disagrees with the science that supports this assessment. It said in his debate with Destiny, in Islam, you can consummate the marriage at puberty. Then in his post-debate review, he said, what is so fundamentally wrong about consummating marriage at puberty? This is a question that none of these liberals can answer. All liberals can cite is like these abstract claims about what is psychologically beneficial or harmful. But this has not been established. This has not been established scientifically. It's all just what's culturally acceptable in the post-industrial superpowers. Well, that's what I'm going to answer tonight, and I'll explain why it is immoral. Because once again, child marriages lead to physical abuse, bodily harm to girls, psychiatric problems, and despite what Daniel has said, this has been demonstrated scientifically. So the first thing to note is puberty is not a boundary point that girls cross over. It's a process. It takes time for a girl's hips to widen and for her to develop into a woman. This is nowhere near complete when a girl has her first period. To treat womanhood as a boundary point for girls and not as a process is an unscientific way to understand puberty. There is no reason to assume a girl becomes a woman the moment she shows any sign of puberty, let alone she be ready for marriage and childbearing. Yet this is the Islamic teaching on the issue, which Daniel has stated.
This is a misrepresentation.
This study, that is...
Sure, go ahead.
He is misrepresenting Islam. He says, there's no one sign that you can take for puberty. While he says there's no one sign that you can use for maturity. Meanwhile, he's using the calendar age as the only sign of possible maturity. Whereas in Islam and every other pre-modern culture, people looked at the physical development. People looked at whether the girl had shown signs of fertility, which menstruation is a good sign of fertility. People looked at, of course, ability to be helpful, ability to be helpful in daily tasks, the household tasks, which was a massive burden in the pre-modern times. People did actually take a very holistic approach into when to give their daughters in marriage. Fathers are extremely protective. Fathers will not just throw their daughters away to the first guy that shows up.
Right.
Fathers are very protective, and they take all of these different factors into account, perhaps even better than the modern system can.
Right. Yeah, that's you want, like, what's arbitrary is just setting a age like 18 or 16 as the modern consent age of consent laws set. Like, it's just by a number. How is that less arbitrary than actually looking at the physical development of a person and determining when they're ready for marriage on that basis? It seems pretty logical, and that's why we see it repeated universally throughout human cultures. But Mike, he can't wrap his brain around that.
Yeah.
Okay.
His marriage under 18 found that child marriage was significantly associated with delayed antenatal care, miscarriages, preterm delivery, low birth weight, health problems in newborn babies, faulty feeding practices, lack of knowledge regarding family welfare methods, and health implications. They note child marriages lead to serious health consequences. It also bereaves young girls of their childhood by overburdening them with domestic responsibility.
Yeah, the study actually does not prove that anywhere. The study he's citing does not prove this claim anywhere. So if we can take some time to pick apart the study that he's citing here.
Sure, I can pull it up. You want me to pull it up actually and then show it on the screen?
Yeah, we could just pull it up on the screen. so our viewers can also appreciate
Give me a second.
the groundbreaking science on this article.
Yeah. Okay, I believe this is it.
An epidemiological study of child marriages in a rural community of Gujarat.
Yeah.
So this paper is from the Indian Journal of Community Medicine, written by a family physician and her survey assistant, I believe. And this paper is basically a survey. They went to a single village in India, completely Hindu village. There was like maybe one Muslim couple.
Yep.
They went to a Hindu village in India, a single village in India, where they showed that lower caste people marry very young and higher caste people marry later in life. And
Right.
they had about 158 people participating in their survey. And they basically go door to door, knock on the door, and ask them a bunch of questions like, how long ago were you married? How many children do you have? Do you remember if you had any difficulties during labor? Did you have asphyxiation during labor? Did the baby suffer this after birth? Did you have seizures? Did the baby have seizures? Then they ask, do you know what's the correct diet for a kid until he's 6 months old? Do you know what's the correct diet for a kid after 6 months? When did you first start solid foods, and so on and so on? So this is a community medicine survey, basically. And they ran some very basic statistics on the survey data that they collected. And when I say very basic, I mean very basic. They did not control for any of the confounding factors. Like I mentioned, the richer the family was, the higher caste, the Brahmin caste or whatever caste, the higher caste family was, they married later in life. They were probably richer. They were better educated, most likely. They probably had better health, better access to many hospitals because of the caste system in India. So we can assume that there were very significant socioeconomic differences. Yet in the analysis, the paper does not take any of this into account. They just use raw numbers. They say, they make some groundbreaking points, such as girls who married under the age of 18 had children earlier than the other group. Wow, that is groundbreaking facts.
Brilliant.
And truly brilliant facts. And many of the things. And
go ahead.
Yeah, and many of the things go ahead, please.
Oh, well, I was going to say that the not taking into account socioeconomic factors like not accounting for poverty, this means that the analysis is useless. Like, it doesn't show that child marriage is causing these problems. Like, early marriage is the causal factor. Like, that's what Mike Jones is claiming. He's saying that look, this early marriage causes these health problems. But you can't really make that claim based on this paper, because this paper doesn't distinguish whether these health problems are caused by a lack of access to healthcare, a lack of information about pregnancy and childbirth, or just anything that can come from poverty. This survey of 158 families, and then the regression, they don't do any regression. They just report
they do not
the survey results. So this is like the lowest level of data that you can cite, and it doesn't actually prove the point. It doesn't even indicate the point that Mike Jones is trying to claim. I don't think Mike Jones has any kind of scientific education, so I don't think he knows what a regression even is, or what confounding variables in science are. Like, I don't think he understands those things. I think he just Googled child marriage problem science. He Googled that, and he just took the first article or the first research paper.
Yeah, and even inside the low quality paper that he found, even inside this paper, he doesn't actually quote the results all that much. He basically pulls the sentences that he likes.
Right.
So he takes out a sentence from the introduction part, actually 2 sentences from the introduction part. He pulls a lot of sentences or quotes from the discussion part, which are actually based on other papers. So he's not even citing this paper correctly. He is, showing the paper to us, and talking about findings that are not inside this paper.
Right.
He is, he's quoting other papers that are mentioned inside this paper as if they were proven by this Indian study.
Right.
And,
all right, let's move on because there's so many papers. Like if
we
elaborate every single blunder that this guy is making, we're gonna have an 8-hour long stream.
Would be, probably. I mean, but just to show, this is the first paper that he starts quoting. This is the basis of his main argument. So this gives you an idea of how strong his arguments are.
Yeah. I mean, I had many medical doctors that message me actually and email me saying like, this guy is an idiot. Like this is the kind of stuff he's citing. So, I mean, this is, and there are some medical doctors in the stream right now in the chat who are saying like, this guy doesn't know the ABCs of basic scientific articles and scientific research, but he's citing it so authoritatively and making all these exaggerated claims.
Yeah, I mean, he knows how to use Google. He knows how to read. I'll give him that much. When he sees a quote that he likes, he pulls it out and puts it on the slideshow, basically.
Right.
That's as far as it goes. He doesn't have any scientific literacy, unfortunately.
Right.
Please go ahead.
Allowing them to play with friends or go to school. The study continues and says that child mothers are physiologically and psychologically not prepared for childbirth. Maternal morbidity and mortality is also noted to be high in such young mothers. The girls lack the maturity and the education to properly nurture their own children, and then they make mistakes that hinder their own children's mental and social development, because the girls have had their own mental and social development hindered by being forced to marry so young. So they then hinder the development of their own children. So arguing for girls to be forced into
this is not a finding from the study. This is not even a research study. You know what he's citing? He is citing a report from a feminist think tank from Washington, D.C. He's citing a feminist think tank called International, what is it called? International Center for Research on Women in Washington, D.C. And he's citing their report. None of these, I went to that paper as well. None of these are actually scientific findings. They are just claims that the other report makes.
So this quote right here, the immaturity and lack of education undermines her capacity. Like that's what you're referring to. That's from a feminist think tank.
The last one that he was talking about, the physiologically when a girl is married at a very young age, she's more likely to get pregnant and deliver a baby at an age when she's physiologically and psychologically not prepared for childbirth. This is not from a research study. This is from a feminist think tank. It is not backed by data in that paper from the think tank.
Right.
I actually went back and checked the source of his source, unlike he himself failed to do so.
Yeah, so he's quoting things from these secondary sources, and he's not checking the source of this. He's not checking that primary source. But when you check the primary source, it's just like think tanks. It's like UNICEF, like just making broad claims based on feminist or liberal ideology. It's not like
zero
medical
data.
Zero data. It's not like a medical study. So this is his dishonesty or incompetence. Maybe he's just incompetent. He can't distinguish between a secondary source and a primary source. That could be the problem.
Could be.
These situations is blatantly immoral. In 2007, the United Nations Children Fund reported that a girl under 15 is 5 times more likely to die during pregnancy and childbirth than a woman in her 20s. Another paper pointed out
that data that comes up a lot. In this discussion, that comes up a lot. He will keep bringing that up. 5 times more likely. So he did not take that claim from the original source either. He quotes this Indian paper this paper written by two Desi aunties, and he took that quote from this paper. When you go back to the
no offense to Desi aunties, by the way.
no, we love Desi aunties. We absolutely love Desi aunties. But when you go back to that 2007 paper, it quotes from a 2001 UN paper, and not even a paper, report. 2007 report quotes from a 2001 report. When you go to that one, it goes back to a 1997 report. When you go to that one, there's no source. This is basically a UN line. This is a UN slogan that girls under 19, girls under 15 are 5 times more likely to die, and compared to girls in her 20s. So this is a UN catchphrase that they like to use. But when you actually go back to the 1997 paper, it is different on that paper. On that paper, it claims girls under 15 are 5 times more likely to die in childbirth than girls between 15 to 19. And those girls 15 to 19 are in turn twice as likely to die as girls in their 20s. So the actual number that the UN initially claimed was 10 times more likely in 1997. Mm-hmm. But when they kept quoting it later on, they kind of misquoted it themselves. UN misquoted its own slogan and turned it into 5 times instead of 10 times. Now, I looked into all the papers, and other doctors, other researchers that messaged us also went back and checked the statistic. It doesn't actually point to any kind of data in the UN reports. It just comes from the UN Commission of Child Reproductive or Child Health, Child Marriage, Anti-Child Marriage Department.
Right.
It doesn't actually quote any sources. And so this is one of the main claims that he rests his entire argument on. So we would have to.
Here's one chart that I remember you shared with me. Maybe you can explain this chart.
Sure. Yeah. So this
is about
one
maternal
is
morbidity. I don't know if people can see that.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, when the UN claims, children under 15 are, children under 19 are 5 times more likely to die in childbirth, they are, if we are being charitable to the UN, they are probably using countrywide mortality data, maternal childbirth mortality data by age group. This is raw numbers. This is just comparing raw numbers. It is not statistics. It is not controlling for any variables. And almost always that 5 times figure is from African countries. They cite Mali, they cite countries like that. But this study that Daniel has on the screen right now, this is from the U.S. state of Washington, one of the whitest, most privileged, like a high quality healthcare access state in the United States. So right. This study is about all the childbirths that took place between 2003 and 2013. This is every single childbirth in Washington state for a 10-year period, actually 11-year period. So this is a massive, massive study. The number here, the number of data points here, the number of study participants here is 828,000, not 150 like the one he cites. This is a study done on 820,000 childbirths. And on here you can see the relationship between age and adverse events during childbirth. And at the left end of the graph you have the age group 15 to 19, and it is low, it is very low, and it gets a little lower on the next age group 20 to 24. The curve goes down a little bit lower and lower, and then after 35 to 39 years of age it starts rising rapidly, and by 45, 50 years of age, it is like obviously much more dangerous for any female giving birth after the age of 40. Now, this right here is the raw data from the Washington study. This is not adjusted for any factors such as poverty, such as race, education status, smoking, alcohol intake. So this is not adjusted for any of these. A lot of things could be confounding this data. So this is not the pure data. The pure data is the other graph, the orange one. I think you just cropped it out.
Yeah. Let me
So
bring that up.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to make it larger so people can see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So this right here is the adjusted data where, let me read from the paper, where they adjust for a large variety of confounding factors such as race, marital status, body mass index, obesity, drug use, smoking, the number of times that they have given birth. It adjusts for that. It makes it all equal. Maternal education, health insurance status, and the gender of the child. So this is the adjusted data that basically purifies the effect of age on maternal health. What do you see, Daniel?
Looks negligible, like the difference,
It is
under 35, it's like a negligible difference in morbidity and adverse outcomes.
Yeah, so that's exactly what the authors report. The authors reported that childbirth between ages 15 and 19 is perfectly fine, and it is basically equal to giving birth in early 30s or late 20s. It is not a death sentence as our esteemed scientific genius is claiming. It is not a death sentence. You don't see a 5 times higher mortality in the U.S. state of Washington because they have proper health care. They have access to surgeons. They have, widespread availability of antibiotics, quick blood transfusions, medical services. Under those circumstances, availability of C-section, and under those circumstances, you can see the childbirth under the age of 19 or 18 is perfectly fine. There is no big difference under 19 or after 20. And
well, biologically, it makes sense because again, like if you believe in God, as these Christians claim, or even if you're an evolutionist and you believe in evolution as as God, then you agree that the human body, when it goes through puberty and it completes puberty, biologically and medically, that means you're capable of childbirth and healthy childbirth. And why would God create the capacity for that if it's going to be something that puts you at this really high risk of death? Because we don't even have to, in this debate, have to claim that having a child or getting pregnant right after puberty is the safest option. We don't have to make a strong claim like that. We can just say that, look, there are some risks, but there are risks with all kinds of sexual behavior. There are risks with alcohol consumption. There are risks with becoming pregnant and having children over 35. Like there's all kinds of risks, but there's a calculus, like what is the risk versus the reward? What is the harm versus the benefit? And we can say that, it's not the medically peak point, like the medically safest option for someone to start having children right after puberty. But it's not that dangerous that we like there's no benefit, like there's no possible benefit that can outweigh it, we could even say that, okay, medically at the age of 25 or between 23 to 25, that's the ideal. Does that mean that we're going to force, or we're going to have laws that require people, you can't have childbirth, you can't have a child unless you're between 23 and 25 because that is the optimal safest bet? Like we have minimized the medical risk, and you have to have your children in that age range. No, that would be ridiculous. But that's the kind of logic that Mike Jones's argument requires. Like it requires that kind of attachment to the medical data. But if we have a humanistic, rational approach to risk and weighing risks and benefits, then there's no reason why it's completely disqualified to have children after puberty. There's no principled reason that he can give.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Certainly not on the basis of medical science. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. And one main thing I want our audience to keep in mind is, like we saw the blue version of this graph, unadjusted, uncontrolled for confounding variables, confounding factors. There is a large difference between that unadjusted graph and the adjusted data. Right. The orange one is the real data. The blue one is unadjusted raw data. That youngest age group in this data, they are poor, they are not married, they have been fornicating, they have been possibly smoking more. Actually, I have the paper in front of me. There are more smokers in the 15 to 19 age group. If you don't adjust it for smoking, you will get false results. So
yeah, if you're scientifically illiterate, which is no problem. Like not everyone can study science. That's fine. Not everyone can have a science education. But if you're scientifically illiterate, then you won't even understand like what's the difference between these two graphs. Or if you're like Mike Jones, you'll see one sentence that confirms your bias, and then you cite that, you put that in a chart in a debate, and you run with it. But for people who actually understand scientific papers and scientific data, they understand confounding variables, they understand normalizing the data, they understand regression, they understand, a simple line chart or bar graph, then the data is not in favor at all of what Mike Jones was arguing throughout the debate.
Yeah, so this data is from a very high quality, very large study with almost 1 million childbirths examined. And you can see one-state control for the most obvious variables. Basically, the difference between giving birth under 19, 16 is basically the same as giving birth in the late 20s. Right. So this is high quality American data, and we need to keep this in mind for the next couple of studies that he will cite, because none of the studies that he cites for maternal mortality are adjusted for anything at all. He's just citing raw data. The UN, the United Nations, UNICEF is citing raw data because it looks better for the claims that they are making.
Yeah, they have an ideological bias. Like they have a liberal bias. They want to impose liberal values on the entire globe and feminist values on the entire globe. So that's not like a medical authority. That's a liberal authority. So this is just citing the UN is just a circular reference. Okay, let's continue.
And the United Nations Children Fund reported that a girl under 15 is 5 times more likely to die during pregnancy and childbirth than a woman in her 20s. Another paper pointed out that girls under 18 are more likely to die from childbirth and debilitating illnesses like obstetric fistulas. In Mali, the maternal mortality rate for girls 15 to 19 is 178 per 100,000 of life.
Sorry, go ahead.
This paper, I checked every sentence. It never says girls under 18 are more likely to die from obstetric fistulas. It never makes any kind of claim that obstetric fistulas are more common in the under 18 age group than any other group. The paper never makes that claim.
This is the Mali paper.
Yeah, so this is a paper from Boston, written by Naval Noor, the head of the OBGYN department in Boston. And the author is actually a disciple of that Egyptian feminist. What was her name?
Nawal Saadawi.
Yeah. She that person is the mentor of the author of this paper.
Really?
And yeah,
Wow.
absolutely.
Okay. Well, bro,
And,
you went deep. You're like doing background.
bro, I was checking early life. Like I was sitting there in the emergency department checking early life all night last night.
MashaAllah.
But yeah,
Allah bless you. You did your homework.
yeah, as much as I could. So this paper is a review article written by a feminist. All the data cited in this paper are sub-Saharan data. These are basically from countries with no healthcare or very little healthcare. And the paper talks about things like, in people with malaria and HIV who then get pregnant, they have a very high risk. Like, yeah, I could support that. If you have malaria and HIV, please don't get pregnant. Please get treatment first. I could support that. The one time this paper cites fistula statistics is from Niger, from basically one of the poorest countries in the world.
Yeah.
And even then, it never makes a claim that girls are more likely to die from obstetric fistulas. It mentions fistulas as one of the things that could happen, and then it describes to the audience what a fistula is. It never actually makes a claim on epidemiology or that being more likely in girls.
Okay.
And yeah, he's about to cite the Mali data, saying 178 out of 100,000. So
it's in the same paper.
Yeah, it comes from the same paper. It actually, another paper makes that claim, and this paper quotes from that paper. I went back to the original paper that makes this claim. And the claim is accurate. That is the raw numbers. That is the raw maternal mortality numbers. That, out of 100,000 live births, the mother dies in 178 of them. Or if we put in percentage numbers, 0.1%, which he claims to be a death sentence, basically.
Yeah.
And the lower number is 32 out of 100,000, which is 0.03%.
Yeah.
And again, these are raw numbers. This does not control for anything. This is just taking the numbers from a page of this is taking the numbers from a page of maternal deaths. So what this does not account for is, he has it on the slide right here. He mentions it tries to drive the point home. This does not control for anything. This could be poor girls in tribal areas versus more socioeconomically advantaged urban girls giving childbirth.
Right.
And one important thing that this does not take into account is parity. So parity in medical terms refers to how many times has this person given birth.
Right.
How many times has this person given birth? This is called parity. And if you're giving childbirth, if you're doing a vaginal delivery for the first time, that's called primiparity. Primiparity is a massive risk factor for all kinds of obstetric, obstructions, obstructed labor, fistulas, and terrible outcomes if you don't have access to cesarean. If you can't get a C-section, that is a risk. That is true. So basically, what happens is if you have a narrow pelvis, if your pelvis is not large enough, and you live in the good old times, you live in the earlier centuries, or in a area with no medical, no hospitals, no surgical interventions available. So if in that kind of situation you undergo pregnancy and you try to give birth, there's a risk, if your pelvis is too small, that the baby will just not come out. Baby's head is sometimes larger than the pelvis.
Right.
In in modern hospitals, we quickly slice the belly open carefully, pull the baby out, and we put everything back together, and we stop any bleeding, and that solves the issue. In all the claims that he's about to make are taken from African countries with no surgeons available, and basically it's under more poor standards of care. And if a girl has an obstructed labor, it's basically going to end up as the death of both the mother and usually the child. So, and he's going to keep citing these African studies about the obstetric fistulas and high mortality rates in girls 15 to 19.
Which like I said, addressed.
Yeah, so the thing is, they do not, these studies, these numbers are not controlled or adjusted for anything. And most importantly, they are not adjusted for parity status. So if you give birth for the first time when you're 16 and it gets obstructed, if the baby cannot come out, you are going to have a bad time.
Right.
And if this happens at 16, the mother usually has some terrible complications, and she cannot give birth again when she's 20 to 30, 34 years of age. Mm-hmm. If there's going to be an obstruction, it usually happens on the first childbirth, and there will not be a second time. This study does not control for this. The American study that we looked at actually controls for this. The parity status, if this is the first time the child has, if this is the first time that the pregnant person has given birth or not. And the American study actually shows, parity status has a massive effect on obstetric complications. And it actually shows that younger girls have less obstetric complications, 40% less in the American study with 1 million people done in an area with excellent healthcare.
Right.
So again, this, I guess if you multiply 32 by 5, you get something like 178. So that could be the source of the UN claims, about 5 times more likely to die in childbirth. Right. Like I said, this is raw statistics. This is not actually adjusted for anything.
Sure.
And if an honest researcher would adjust this number for parity status.
Right. Yeah. So this is another wrinkle in the data, that if you don't have the proper medical knowledge, or you're just biased and you're trying to prove a conclusion by fudging numbers, you're not going to take into account parity status. But the more robust data, more robust studies rather, will actually take that into account, as we cited earlier. So this is a major point. And I mean, we can talk about it for those who, benefit from this kind of scientific analysis, but I'm afraid that it's going to be lost on certain Christian viewers. They're not really going to understand like what we're talking about. That's fine. We're not going to dumb down the language. We're not going to dumb down the science. Let's just explain it, and people can figure it out. Those who are sincere and they want to understand like what is the scientific empirical reality of this issue.
Yeah. So on the screen, even just to dumb it down, I would say on the screen the large number he gives is 0.1% chance of maternal death.
Right.
Which is, I mean, basically negligible, even with zero healthcare under the most, poorest conditions on earth, which is Mali.
Yeah, like you can create all kinds of other correlations. Like what is the increased chance of maternal death for someone who eats a lot of cheeseburgers? What percentage is that out of 100,000 births? Like you can give all kinds of risk factors for maternal mortality, things that are very common in Western society. But, because there's this bias against one particular type of marriage or marriage age, then that's why we get all of this propaganda.
Yeah.
No one is calling for banning cheeseburgers or banning women from eating cheeseburgers, but we get the UN, trying to put this out.
Yeah,
Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, please.
Live births. And that is not just because of poor health care, because in the same country, the maternal mortality rate for girls, for women, that is only 32 per 100,000. In Togo, for the same groups, the rates are 286 and 39. And the reason for these high numbers is because they're more likely to suffer from eclampsia, postpartum hemorrhage, and obstructed labor. Obstructed labor often leads to obstetric fistulas. That is where holes develop in the birth canal and can lead to leakage of urine, feces, blood, can cause nerve damage, the significant decrease in the likelihood of conceiving a second healthy child, as well as the death of the girl. The paper says girls 10 to 15 are especially vulnerable because their pelvic bones are not ready for childbearing and delivery. Their risk of a fistula
it doesn't say that.
is
It doesn't say that?
It doesn't actually say that, no.
Which quote?
When he said girls are more vulnerable because all that stuff.
Their pelvic bones are not ready for childbearing and delivery. The risk for fistula is as high as 88%.
Yeah, so it doesn't actually say that the girls are more likely to develop. I mean, the quote that he pulls is from the United Nations Children's Fund, Fistula in Niger. Okay. And that paper doesn't actually make an argument that it is more common in girls. And the American data shows that it is less common in girls. He's talking about obstructed labor, exploding private parts and all that. He tries, the author, the feminist author, is basically trying to scare people by talking about these complications. But the American data and even some African data show that this is less common in girls. Actually, girls, like almost every good study shows this, almost every high quality study shows that in developed countries like UK, US, girls have less obstructed labor. They are less likely to require C-section. Younger mothers are less likely to require C-section.
Right.
And again, just complete misrepresentations and low quality papers that don't actually make the claims that he's trying to make.
Yeah, this is actually considered, in certain cases, it can be considered academic fraud, actually, or like plagiarism in academia. Like if you're a graduate student and you cite, like you don't properly cite the primary source, or you make it seem like the primary source or the secondary source is a primary source without verifying the primary source, then this is considered like academically dishonest. So really, when he quotes, when he shows this on the screen on his slide, and he has this quote next to this paper, yeah, this paper does cite this data, but it's not a study that has established this as its conclusion. It's just citing this, but it's taking it from the UN. And he's not checking the UN source to see what is like the source of that data. When you do check it, it actually is the opposite. As you described, like the actual medical data shows the opposite of what the UN, even the UN, is citing for their ideological purpose. So this is very either sloppy or he's being dishonest.
Yeah, I think he doesn't actually know how to go back to primary sources.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
As high as 88%.
Pause for dramatic effect. 8%. Yeah.
Additionally, mortality rates are 73% higher for infants born to mothers that are children. Even the mortality rate for children under 5 born to child mothers can be 28% higher than those born to mothers over 20. Because
okay, so this is also from where these citations?
So let's see, where did he pick this out from? But I'll be honest, I looked into multiple sources. This could be accurate. This could be possible. A lot of high quality sources show that at younger ages, at very young ages, the babies are more likely to be premature. They come out smaller. At 13, 14, 15, 16, the babies actually do come out a little smaller according to all the data I could find.
Yeah.
So yeah, this could be true. And perhaps because they are smaller, there's less need for C-section. There's less risk of obstruction when you control for all other variables. And we could basically concede this. Maybe extremely young childbirth ages lead to smaller babies, preterm births, and yeah, those babies are at a slightly elevated risk of death or adverse events. So yeah, if a girl gets pregnant at 14, she might not have the largest baby, she might not have the most developed baby, but at 15, 16, 17, this effect begins to fade away also, and it quickly approaches the optimal birth weight age. And I think I looked at the American data. It looks like the optimal outcomes for the baby is actually reached at maybe 30 years of age, 25 to 30 age range. So that could be true. And what it does is it protects the mother from obstructed labor. If the baby is smaller, there's less risk of getting obstructed and dying during childbirth. And yeah, the first baby might be small, but this does not affect the subsequent babies.
Right. Yeah, and, so it goes back to the point that we can concede that. We can concede that there's an optimal age for the mother to give birth to a child, but if that doesn't mean that we would make illegal, or we would say it's immoral or it's unacceptable for anyone to have a child outside of that narrow optimal range. So yeah, this is and he didn't want to make that argument either, like, because in the debate I constantly pointed out this fact that, look, the risk factors of having a child after 35 when it comes to mortality, infant mortality, and these problems, that's also heightened at over 35. But you're not in favor of banning women from reproducing after the age of 35 or having sex after the age of 35. So this is an inconsistency that he couldn't address.
Yeah. And then he's going to cite infant mortality rates. And the numbers in this paper are infant mortality rates in this paper that is cited from another paper are 18% if the mother is under 18 and 11% if the mother is over the age of 18. So it is 18% versus 11% infant mortality. Now, these are very large numbers. I would say there are other issues that need to be fixed. Like even for the 11% infant mortality, that would be unacceptable in any country with modern medical care.
Right, but this is like Niger or Mali.
Yeah, I think the 18% is from Mali. Yeah.
Okay, let's continue.
As noted, many of these poor girls were not allowed to mentally mature, and they lacked the ability and education to properly care for their children. A 2022 study found that girls who marry under 18 were more likely to be physically, emotionally, and sexually abused by their husbands in 14 of the 16 countries they looked at, with strong correlations in 6. Additionally, they noted
all of them are sub-Saharan.
What was that?
All of these countries are in sub-Saharan Christian Africa, just to clarify.
Yeah.
I think he's citing from the paper Association Between Girl-Child Marriage and Intimate Partner Violence in Sub-Saharan Africa.
Right.
And yada yada from Nigeria.
Right.
Complications are the leading cause of death among adolescent girls in these regions. A review of the literature found that multiple studies have found the same result. They say the reason is because there is an extreme uneven power dynamic between the male and the female, mainly because of the age gap. The females, who lack decision-making abilities, constantly deal with harassment from their husbands and in-laws and are socially isolated. The review agrees with other research I cited that child mothers are likely to suffer from pregnancy-related complications, depression, and inadequate parenting skills. Another review shows evidence of stunted social development, depression, and anxiety in multiple studies. Here's another study which shows child marriages cause young girls to have more suicidal thoughts and attempts. They say the study's findings are compatible
in
with
Ethiopia.
In Ethiopia.
He forgot to mention in Ethiopia, Christian Ethiopia, sub-Saharan.
Yeah,
and
he's just citing this stuff with zero irony. Like these are Christian groups. Like these are Christian practices, and the thing is that those Christians haven't got the memo from the superior West that, hey,
Yeah.
what you're doing is barbaric and wrong. They're like, oh, we've just been practicing Christianity like this from what we've learned for generations from Christians who colonized
missionaries.
us. Yeah, missionaries. So this is he
Yeah.
has like no sense of history or geography. He just, again, Googling and then finding stats and putting it on a slide.
Yeah, and the paper he cited as association between child marriage and intimate partner violence in sub-Saharan Africa, 14 out of 16 countries. They find intimate partner violence rates of 36% in girls under 18 years of age and 32% in girls over 18. So he's comparing 36% to 32%. So I guess he's okay with 32% intimate partner violence rates. As long as the woman is over 18, that's fine. I think that's what he's trying to argue, maybe. But I mean, yeah, I agree with the conclusions of this paper. I agree that you should not marry your daughter to a sub-Saharan Christian African. I can wholeheartedly agree with that. Don't give your daughters in marriage to Christians, sub-Saharan Christians.
Who's like sexually promiscuous, probably has HIV, and
yes, he's going to start citing that stuff now after this, I believe.
yeah, it's might not be a good idea. But
yeah.
but if we say that minor marriage is acceptable, then it obviously means that we're fine with these kinds of sub-Saharan Christian practices. That's what we have to defend.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. If I was married to an Ethiopian man, I would probably be suicidal too. I agree.
Oh, come on, that's going too far. There are Ethiopian Muslims, and there are
Ethiopian Muslims, our brothers, and we love them.
Mhm.
But yeah, he is citing Christian Africa studies, basically.
Yeah. Just to clarify, we love our Ethiopian Muslim brothers and Somali Muslim brothers. Of course, we're not saying anything about that. All right.
No.
With findings in the United States that adult women married as children were 1.41 times more likely to have had a lifetime history of psychiatric disorders compared with women married in adulthood. We see evidence that younger marriages increase the likelihood of divorce. According to data from the CDC and Institute for Family Studies, 48% of those who marry before the age of 18 are likely to divorce in 10 years, compared to 25% of those who marry after 25. Daniel has repeatedly argued he wants strong marriages that do not end in divorce. If he thinks that, he should not be arguing in favor of child marriages.
So I don't know if you looked at these studies, but
I didn't get a chance to go through all of them.
Yeah, but again, like this is not, again, it's just like surveying practices that are common. Like this isn't a medical study or a sociological study that is looking at, well, is the minor marriage causing the divorce, or are there confounding variables? Are there other factors, like maybe the stigma of marrying young, maybe the stigma of those kinds of relationships, the pressure from family, the pressure from society that strains the marriage, that strains the relationship, and causes a higher divorce rate. Like you have to look at all of those factors. Otherwise, it's just a circular argument, because you're trying to say that the prohibition of minor marriage is justified because, look, the divorce rate is so high. But really, the divorce rate is so high because there's a stigma against child marriage, because it's considered to be unacceptable or immoral. So this is a circular kind of reference. It's not really proving the point that he wants to make.
And again, when he's quoting these papers, the few quotes that I was able to check, he is quoting from the introduction or the discussion parts, where the author can write their opinion down as if it was they can write down any opinion that they have in the discussion part or the introduction part, but he is very rarely citing the findings, the results part.
Right. Yeah, because I mean that's the thing about scientific papers and scientific research in general. I mean, he tried to dispute this unconvincingly that scientific research does have a bias. Like it can be affected by social factors and what is considered socially acceptable. So the way that some of these psychological research studies or medical research studies, sociological research studies, what they do is they'll present the findings and then they'll kind of massage it or fudge it or editorialize it in the discussion section and basically try to assuage the audience or their reviewers that, yeah, these studies might lead to the findings actually of our research points to an illiberal conclusion, something that contradicts liberalism, something that contradicts our feminist values. But don't worry, actually, there's other factors that we have to take into account, or this is how you should interpret the data in order to preserve the liberal worldview, to preserve that dominant liberal paradigm. So that's the nature of scientific studies, and he didn't want to acknowledge that, even when I gave him the example of like gender affirming care, which we'll talk about in a second.
Yeah, and then just to add on to your point, a large amount of numbers, a large amount of papers that he has cited so far have data going back to the UN, the UNICEF, or other international organizations linked to the United Nations. And we repeatedly showed this in his references that he was not able to check. Like he didn't know how to check the references and go back to those. But a lot of his data, a lot of his slogans, the catchphrases come from the UN. And if you go to that feminist paper, Naval Noor paper, that says Health Consequences of Child Marriage in Africa.
Right.
In the at the beginning of her review, she says, since 1984, the United Nations and other international agencies have attempted to stop child marriage. This is how she begins the paper.
Right.
And she's basically saying, yeah, this one right here on the fourth or fifth paragraph. Right after it says United Nations efforts. Yes, there it is. So it says, United Nations has had a stated goal of ending child marriage since 1948. Like this is not based on any data. This is not based on any scientific observation that they have made. This is just the United Nations is an explicitly liberal organization, and they set out with this goal, and then they funded studies to come up with this data. This is not a conspiracy. It is right here on this renowned, like very, very renowned and decorated feminist lady right here, clearly states this.
Yeah. So like which studies prior to 1948 are establishing these medical conclusions? Like
yeah, I don't think,
it's like this kind of, I mean, this is Mike Jones's entire argument, but this is the hoax history that these liberals have in their head. They think that, oh, we just didn't know, we didn't have the science. Then that's why child marriage or minor marriage was acceptable throughout history. Then there was the brave scientists that did the experiments, they did the studies, and they discovered, oh, look at these risk factors. We better, get to the UN, get this data to the UN. We got to stop this practice of minor marriage quick. And then the UN has an emergency meeting. Okay, we need to declare this as a human rights violation based on this clear data that we had no idea about before, but now the studies have been done. Let's get the word out. We gotta establish this law. Ring everyone. Send the telegraph. Send the telegraph to Mali. Send the telegraph to Ethiopia. We gotta stop these child marriages from happening, because look at the fistula rates. Look at the like this is like the made up history that they create.
That's his imagination. Yeah.
In reality, it's just purely ideological. It's purely ideological. They set like based on the factors that I mentioned in the opening statement, like you have this kind of cultural evolution that happens, the adoption of feminism due to the Enlightenment, and then you develop those values, and then you post hoc try to justify it with, very shoddy research, very shoddy studies. But that's not the way that the actual laws came into effect. But there's no awareness of this from people who don't care about history or don't care about academic objective analysis.
Yeah, it's basically, how people get riled up when it turns out, oh, Coca-Cola funded this study to say corn syrup is perfectly fine, or how this drug company ran this study and found its drugs were excellent and should be mandatory. And when it comes out that, oh, this study was actually funded and conducted by the drug company for their own profit, people get angry. But in this case,
that's a conspiracy theory.
Oh, it's a conspiracy theory.
What do you mean?
UN would never do such a thing.
Yeah, corn syrup is great. Like, just because Coca-Cola is funding the research doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. So basically, the United Nations has had this stated goal since 1948, and all of these papers that he's going through are in some way linked back to the UN funds. It's linking back to the UN programs, or the authors are trying to get UN funding or UN recognition of their efforts.
Right.
And it just all goes back to that international global effort to of the liberal system to outlaw child marriage. And all of these papers basically have undeclared conflicts of interest.
Right. Yeah, very good point. Okay, let's continue.
Now, I could go on and on, but I can find no psychologist or medical expert that agrees that child marriages should be allowed or practiced. They're described in these studies as a human rights violation because of the problems they cause. So there really is no escape from the conclusion. Child marriages likely lead to physical and mental harm. Anyone claiming a society would be better if we force young girls into these situations is either misinformed or delusional. So let's ask why Daniel thinks child marriages are morally permissible. In the same debate review, he said, it's something that has been practiced historically in all cultures. Why? Because you have a limited fertility window that women have to have children, and you value family. You need family, especially in most of the countries in the world, because children are going to work in the home, they're going to work for the family, bring money into your family. You need children, and your society needs more and more children to defend itself because wars are on the basis of manpower. So there's all these important economic, military, societal, familial objectives with having more and more children, and that requires maximizing the fertility window. Now, let's just set aside the fact that Daniel, either intentionally or unintentionally, said he was okay with child labor and children being used in wars. May not have meant it, but let's focus on in this. He provided no argument child marriages are morally permissible. All Daniel has ever argued for is the pragmatic usefulness of child marriages, not their moral status. Allegedly, they maximize reproductivity and increase the population size, but this is not moral justification. For example, if you want to increase your society's birth rate, you can make rape and adultery legal, but they are morally impermissible despite having pragmatic value in increasing fertility.
And the thing that he doesn't understand, he didn't get it like in the debate when I pointed it out, is that people of the past, they could not conceive of child marriage being unacceptable or being immoral, because when you hit puberty and there are the signs of maturation, as you said earlier, that they consider that to be adulthood. It's only in industrialized nations where this concept of childhood that lasts until the age of consent set by the state, that's the only time that this kind of idea of extended childhood arises historically. Prior to that, to ask like, oh, you find child marriage or minor marriage acceptable, that's abhorrent. Like, they wouldn't even understand, like, what do you mean by child? Like, this is, this 12-year-old has completed puberty, and guess what? Like, she's going to give birth like pretty soon. Like I mentioned, like my great grandmother, she was married at age 14 and started having kids pretty shortly thereafter that. if you went to my great grandmother and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe you were used like this," she wouldn't even understand. Like, what do you mean? Like, this is just life. This is what life is. But you have to be indoctrinated into an entire way of life, an entire system of thinking that is very artificial, by the way, and it's implanted into people through a culture and educational system. That's the only way that you can even ask the question: is child marriage acceptable or not? Is minor marriage acceptable or not? But this dimension, like this, it's a anthropological point. It's like a historical, anthropological, conceptual point. Like, I couldn't get him to acknowledge that nuance in this whole conversation, in this whole debate. And again, like I said, NPCs, like the audience as well, they just can't process like a point like that. And that's fine. The problem is that they don't want to understand it. I think it's a lack of willingness. Yeah. They just want to stop to make fun of Muslims, regardless of the fact that they're also throwing their own tradition under the bus, their own forefathers under the bus, their own Bible under the bus. They don't care about any of those considerations. They just want to crack jokes and laugh and giggle. So it's like trying to have a debate with the child. No pun intended.
Yeah, it's a taboo subject. It is a cultural taboo in the West, now enforced by laws and television and media. It is a taboo subject. They are not able to consider the taboo. Their mind just blanks out. It just all they can do is point and laugh and say, "Hey, this guy doesn't know about the taboo. Look at him." Yeah. It's like, imagine you went to a tribal society in Papua New Guinea, and then they are sacrificing every third child to please the forest gods or whatever, and you tell them, "Look, guys, you don't have to do this. That's not a real thing." You tell them, you can drink water at night. It's okay. You're not going to be cursed. And they point and laugh at you. It's a taboo in their culture. It is. They won't be able to process the argument. Unfortunately, right. Many of them cannot process the argument. Right. That's what we're seeing here.
Okay, let's continue.
Daniel has to give a moral reason for child marriages given the harm they cause. Do they increase virtue, decrease vice, help young girls to live flourishing lives? No. It's pretty clear from the data I cited that none of this is true. In fact, they're incredibly harmful. They increase mental health issues, stunt social development, lead to immoral acts like spousal abuse and suicide, and can even lead to physical harm and death. So it should be clear to every reasonable person there's no moral justification for child marriages. Furthermore, they may not actually help increase the society's reproductivity if they increase the likelihood of death for the mother or the children. An educated society should outlaw child marriages if they care about their people and their well-being. And most people alive actually understand this. Research shows that child marriages decrease the more people become educated on this topic. But also, if we look at the average age women have their first children around the world, the country with the lowest age is Niger with a mean age of 18.5. So most countries where data is available actually understand it's better for a woman to wait for a girl to become a woman before she's expected to have children. If Daniel was correct, it's beneficial for a society to force girls to have children. Why is it not practiced more? Well, the answer is pretty obvious. It's because most people understand it comes with all sorts of problems that actually harm your overall society. Daniel has also appealed to...
This happens throughout the debate. And even post-debate, these guys don't understand averages. In Niger, if the average age is 18.5, it's an average. That doesn't mean that's the minimum age that marriage is happening. There are a percentage, depending on the distribution, there is going to be a percentage that is under that average age that are getting married. The debate is about what is acceptable, what is considered acceptable to society. And in all these other countries, it's acceptable. It's only when industrialization happens and you adopt these liberal norms and these feminist norms, and your society goes through that upheaval of industrialization and development, that those ages start moving up. They start moving up, and it's a clear correlation. But that doesn't mean that the the minimum age is set at 18 in those countries. So he continuously misrepresents the data that he's citing, or he doesn't understand what an average is.
Mhm.
Of the past and has argued child marriages were perfectly normal before these Western Christians came along and ruined all the fun they were having with children. Well, first off, on behalf of Western Christians everywhere, you're welcome. But second, although child marriages have occurred in the past in many cultures, it still does not make them morally permissible. And third, studies on the Roman Empire indicate the average age women were married was still in their late teens to early 20s. Like today, many in the past understood.
You're laughing?
Yeah, yeah. He says, "Oh, the average age for Roman girls was late teens.
Yeah.
You know, 16, 17. Oh, that proves my point.
Yeah.
That means 50% of them were married at age 16 or 17 or whatever he claims."
Right, but like there's a lot of data, like more recent data, that contradicts what he's claiming. Like he's citing older references, but more recent archaeological data, I'll show it on the screen, shows that it's not 18 wasn't necessarily the average. It depends on like what kind of sources you're using. So we'll see that in a second.
Yeah.
Forcing a girl to bear children led to serious complications. For the Jews of the same time period, it would vary from region to region, with the Jews in Babylon marrying younger. But the scholar Michael Satlow has pointed out the average age Jewish women would marry was still in their mid-teens to early 20s and after they had matured. Some texts even speak of a woman being ripe for marriage at 20. So if Daniel wants to argue that Mary, the mother of God, was a child bride, I will contest that. Even medical experts before the
So let's go to this. So the Michael Satlow reference that he cites is from 2001. And so this is like an old source. There's more recent archaeological data that contradicts this statement that he makes, or this claim that he makes. So let me just share this screen.
Yeah.
So there's an article by David Feinsey, I think is the way you pronounce it. It's from 2022. He's also using archaeological data. So it's an article called Wedding Bells in Galilee, Biblical Archaeological Review from 2022. And basically, he says first century inscriptions that list women's age at marriage generally indicate 12 to 17, with the majority at age 13. So this is the data that I was citing in the debate, the citation that I made in the debate from this article. But there's another research paper, Roman Funerary Commemoration and the Age at First Marriage by Walter Schiedel. It's from 2007. So again, it's more recent than the Satlow study that he cites. And he's looking at like this distribution based on epitaph data, the female age of marriage. So you can see like there's a peak at age 12 to 13 range. And this is what Feinsey is, I believe, also referring to. But you see even ages younger than that being common. So we're not necessarily saying that everyone was being married at this age of 12 or 13, but it was happening, and it was not like a rare thing. And this is what the data shows. So Walter Schiedel has like a nuanced discussion, because he's trying to determine, like, does this vary significantly between elites, like elite Romans versus lower socioeconomic classes? I mean, there's a nuanced discussion, but in general, the point that's relevant to our debate is, was this an acceptable practice? Was it relatively common? And the answer to both of those questions, according to this research, is yes. Like, it was acceptable, it was common. And no one is really disputing that based on, and it's not textual data. It's like archaeological data. It's texts that have been radiocarbon dated, so you know that they're authentic. That's what this is based on. So I don't know how he would dispute that. Maybe he's just ignorant, or he didn't do full research on the topic before making the claims that he did and making his PowerPoint. But the data that I cited in the debate is more accurate, and it's more recent than what he cites.
Yeah. And here, like, you look at the 10, 11 age range on this graph, and you see that Romans did not blink when they saw a 10-year-old bride, an 11-year-old bride. It was not even worth a mention in most cases.
Yeah, where is the
Yeah,
mention?
they saw it as perfectly normal, as you can see from this graph.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the attitude was not shared. Like Mike Jones's attitude and the attitude of these liberalized Christians was not shared. They might have said that, okay, this is not ideal, or this is, I don't want my daughter to be married at 9. But if you want your daughter to be married at 9, then there's no, I don't see this as a grave moral violation. But people like Mike Jones, these Christians, because of liberalism and feminism, they take it as this unspeakable crime. Like this is like the pinnacle of evil, basically. It is equivalent to fornication, or it is at that level of fornication.
Worse than.
And worse. I mean, worse than. The funny thing was in the debate that Jones
he
couldn't.
Refused to say it.
He refused to say it, which is I thought was hilarious. But so this is the exaggeration that Mike Jones uses. He wants to say, he'll point like here, we'll look at a quote that he shows to justify, like, oh, see, my attitude against child marriage and the acceptability of it is shared by these other figures of the past. But he's just either projecting, misrepresenting those figures.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, oh, hold on, let's have him read this quote first.
And just to point out, he pulled a quote from a Jewish, like a Jewish epitaph, a Jewish gravestone that says, "Oh, this poor girl died at 20, unmarried and ripe for marriage." Like, what it means is this girl was at a perfectly marriageable time, but she never got married, and we are sad about it. She died unmarried, which they saw as they saw that a girl unmarried at 20, dying at 20, as a great tragedy, and they pointed it out on the gravestone.
Yeah, so then imagine like what they would think of Christians today, who you'll rarely find any of them who are married by age 30, let alone age 20.
Yeah.
So I mean, I pointed out the fact that in the debate, that in the discussion portion, that these figures are not saying that marriage at that age is unacceptable, or reproducing at that age is somehow a moral violation. None of them say that. Mike Jones is just reading them, interpreting them as saying that, which is a leap. He's making a logical leap, and he's actually making this kind of prescriptive, descriptive fallacy. They're just saying that, look, it's not ideal at a certain age, like the child, based on like, he also calls them medical experts. Like, what do you mean medical expert? Like, these are people who they believe in like humors and like the balancing of different like life force based on like Aristotelian, or metaphysics. That's what their analysis is based on. They're saying that, okay, if you start reproducing at a younger age, then the child is going to be weaker. So that doesn't mean that it's unacceptable or it's a moral violation. But he is taking their description of you'll have weaker children. It's not the ideal age. He's taking that as a prescription that no, you should not. It's unacceptable to reproduce or get married at that age. So this is nothing in these quotes that he's citing actually refers to marriage. Like Soranus is not talking about marriage. Albertus is not talking about marriage. They're just talking about the physicality of childbirth and what is or is not ideal. And like we said earlier, we can concede that point.
Mm-hmm.
Even medical experts before the modern era spoke out against marrying too young. In the 2nd century, Soranus of Ephesus warned problems result if girls are married too young, in childbirth, that is. Kim Phillips, in her book, points out that Albertus Magnus advised waiting until after puberty before attempting to conceive children. Giles of Rome even said it's best for girls to wait until 18 before consummating marriage, long before the rise of liberalism. Phillips also notes there is no single marker that indicates
if we can pause it here. Albertus Magnus, the quote that he displays, I mean, I didn't have time to go into the original Latin of Magnus, but just based on the quote that he cites here, it says, Albertus Magnus stated that while the physical changes associated with puberty enabled boys and girls to feel desire and enter sexual relations, the seed in both parties was either too weak or not yet emitted, so that weak offspring or none at all were the result. Again, this is purely descriptive, and this is not a very accurate description either. Like boys, medically, this is not really accurate. Boys are perfectly, the seed of boys starting from 13, 14 are perfectly strong enough to have children. And if you look at the seed of girls, yeah, they in the first 2 years after menarche, in the first two years after the period, the reproductive system of girls actually does not lead to pregnancy. It does not ovulate. It does not release an egg that can be fertilized. So girls, after the first 2 years, in the first 2 years after menarche, are not at their peak fertility. They are much less likely to have children in the first 2 years after menarche, because they simply don't release eggs during the period, during the monthly cycles.
Right.
And this actually, many papers point this out, that this is actually a protective effect. This actually has a protective effect, preventing girls from having children while they are not ready for it.
Right.
Papers point out that God, or they usually say evolution, has protected girls from having children too early.
Right.
And so the Magnus statement here is simply not correct. The next one is, it's again not based on any real thing. Giles of Rome resulted in feeble and imperfect children, deed of wedlock. This is again just not really supported by any of the data we have right now, if he wants to make an argument based on data.
Right. Yeah, so even in the best case, it doesn't support his claim.
Yeah.
To conceive children. Giles of Rome even said it's best for girls to wait until 18 before consummating marriage, long before the rise of liberalism. Phillips also notes there was no single marker that indicated the transition into adulthood. It was understood as a process. She says canon legal theory on women's marriageable age offers a very limited perspective, and that social beliefs and practices provide a more reliable view of girls' transition to adulthood. Now, again, these books and papers do accept that girls were married at younger ages at times. But if we follow what the current science shows us, it makes sense that many past cultures had such high infant mortality rates if girls in those societies were having children at younger ages. Of course, Daniel doesn't need to defend marriage at 15 or 14, but consummating marriage with a 9-year-old. Because that is what Daniel accepts his prophet did when he consummated his marriage to his child bride, Aisha. And there's no reason to think this act set a good example for the rest of us. Now, before closing, I suspect we might see some whataboutism from Daniel, where he might try to argue there are child brides in the Bible. The problem is this would be confusing descriptions with permissions. The Bible describes things that happened in the past without claiming they were good actions. God often tolerated the sin of the prophets and the patriarchs and proclaimed their actions were morally good. I suspect he'll go to Numbers 31, where Moses tells Israel to kill all the Midianites, but keep the young girls for themselves. And I suspect Daniel will argue God was permitting Israelites to take virgin child brides. But scholars like Robert Alter and Paul Copeman note this was not a command from God. The text says this is Moses acting on his own out of anger. In the chapter, God only commands Israel to make war on Midian. And after that, Moses becomes angry and tells Israel to go one step further without God's involvement. Moreover, in doing this, Moses violates the principles of Deuteronomy 20, which says to not kill the livestock, women, and children in war. So Moses' anger caused him to order something that God directly argued against in Deuteronomy. And as we find out later, Moses' anger eventually got the best of him. Furthermore, Christians are under the ethics of the New Covenant, not the Old. There's nothing in the virtue ethics of the New Testament that would remotely suggest child marriages are morally permissible.
Okay, so he makes some claims about those passages of the Old Testament, and then he refers to the virtue ethics of the New Testament. And he says it like this is, all of Christianity abides by this kind of virtue ethics, that really it's just like him and a few of the liberal reformist Christians that he reads. But a good response to these claims about Moses and the Old Testament comes from the Quran and Bible blog, which is a YouTube channel that you can subscribe to, and he's done an analysis. Let's just play a part of this response.
Many of you may have watched the recent debate between our brother Daniel Hakikatju and the punk Christian apologist Michael Jones, who I like to call the Angry Bird. After watching the debate myself, I felt the need to make some reaction videos, mostly on the rather weak and brief appeals to the Bible that Jones made. Unfortunately, I don't think Brother Daniel pressed Jones as aggressively as he should have on the Bible. He let him off pretty easily. So let's destroy Jones' Bible. Jones was wise enough to comment on the infamous passage in Numbers 31, where Moses commanded the Israelites to kill all the Midianite women and young boys, but spare the female children as wives. Note that to his credit, Jones did not deny that these girls were taken as child brides, unlike other dishonest Christian missionaries, but he attempted to shift the blame from his God to poor Moses.
I suspect he'll go to Numbers 31, where Moses tells Israel to kill all the Midianites, but keep the young girls for themselves. And I suspect Daniel will argue God was permitting Israelites to take virgin child brides. But scholars like Robert Alter and Paul Copeland note this was not a command from God. The text says this is Moses acting on his own out of anger. In the chapter, God only commands Israel to make war on Midian. And after that, Moses becomes angry and tells Israel to go one step further without God's involvement. Moreover, in doing this, Moses violates the principles of Deuteronomy 20, which says to not kill the livestock, women, and children in war. So Moses' anger caused him to order something that God directly argued against in Deuteronomy. And as we find out later, Moses' anger eventually got the best of him.
It's a clever argument, but one that ultimately fails. As Tom Stark observes in his book, The Human Faces of God, later in the same chapter, Yahweh himself gives explicit instructions about what to do with the remaining virgins. So if the command was from Moses, Yahweh still accepted it and endorsed it. So he does not get off the hook. Yahweh endorsed child brides, period. Furthermore, it is rather silly to say that Yahweh gets no blame since he perhaps only tolerated Moses' sin.
The problem is this would be confusing descriptions with permissions. The Bible describes things that happened in the past without claiming they were good actions. God often tolerated the sin of the prophets and the patriarchs and proclaimed their actions were morally good.
Murdering thousands of people and handing out female children as wives is a pretty atrocious sin. Yahweh was willing to kill Moses for far less. In Exodus 4, only the intervention of Moses' wife saved his life from a vengeful Yahweh. Apparently, performing a quick circumcision on her son and placing the bloody foreskin at Moses' feet was enough to save his life. Whatever sin Moses was guilty of, surely it paled in comparison to what he did to the Midianites. That is, of course, if it was even a sin. There is no indication that Yahweh saw it as such. And as for the Angry Bird's appeal to Deuteronomy 20, claiming that Moses violated the command to spare the civilian population of a city, Jones is ignorant of his own Bible. Simply put, Deuteronomy 20 does not apply to the battle against the Midianites. First of all, the law only applied, as stated in verse 15, to the nations that are very far from you. The Midianites were actually very close by. Plus, the whole reason for fighting the Midianites was to wreak vengeance. The justification was to blame the Midianites for enticing the Israelites to commit idolatry and intermarriage. In Numbers 25, Phinehas even kills an Israelite and his Midianite wife, an act that earns him praise from Yahweh. So, the Israelites could not spare the Midianite women as per the rule in Deuteronomy 20. That rule did not apply here. So at the end of the day, both Yahweh and Moses are culpable for the mass murder and forced child marriage in Numbers 31.
Yeah, so this is one of the analyses that Quran and Bible blog does. There's another analysis as well on a separate video. Christian apologist thinks Yahweh is a hypocrite. So I won't go through, or maybe we should watch this. It's only 2 minutes, so let's play it real quick.
Be confusing descriptions with permissions. The Bible describes things that happened in the past without claiming they were good actions. God often tolerated the sin of the prophets and the patriarchs and proclaimed their actions were morally good.
According to the Angry Bird, Michael Jones, his God proclaimed the prophets were morally good when in fact they were not. Did I hear that right?
God often tolerated the sin of the prophets and the patriarchs and proclaimed their actions were morally good.
Yep, that's what it sounds like. So, according to this specimen, his God was a hypocrite. He declared the actions of the prophets as morally good when he was actually just tolerating their sinful deeds. He was saying things that he did not believe. Let's put this in perspective and look at the sins of the biblical prophets. They range from incest, mass murder, theft, and sex slavery and forced marriage. And yet, each and every one of these atrocious sinners, people who would rightly be called the worst examples in humanity, are actually called righteous or men of God throughout the Bible. The biblical Abraham, who married his half-sister, is righteous. The biblical Lot, who was a drunkard and slept with his daughters, is righteous. The biblical David, who was a raider, mass murderer, and practitioner of sex slavery, evidently did right in the eyes of the Lord. And of course Moses, who ordered the mass murder of women and children and the forced marriage of virgin girls, is a man of God. By the way, according to 1 Timothy, a man of God pursues righteousness and godliness. How does this make sense? Well, maybe, just maybe, apologists like Jones are lying through their teeth when they claim that their God, quote, tolerated such sins, when in fact they were not considered sins at all. The incest, mass murder, theft, and sex slavery were not sins at all in the eyes of Yahweh. What does that tell you about biblical morality?
So this is just revisionism from Christian apologists like Mike Jones, and it leads them to this kind of contradiction that they have to say that, oh, well, God is just tolerating, these actions from the prophets and the patriarchs. But when we actually read the Bible, it's Yahweh's endorsing all of those individuals. He's endorsing the prophets. He's endorsing the patriarchs, calling them righteous throughout the Old Testament. So this is something that Mike Jones has to hand wave or ignore, and instead of addressing the clear contradiction. So go check out Quran and Bible blog for more. I also want to address the this kind of virtue ethics of Mike Jones. So this is something that we find from modernists like Jones, but he's not the source of this kind of reformism, basically, of Christian morality. What Mike Jones is saying is that, no, what Jesus taught is principles. What Jesus taught was love thy neighbor. And then our ethic is based on those principles. When you apply love thy neighbor, you know that minor marriage is wrong. You know that, murder and theft are wrong. It's just one principle, and then all of the rest of Christianity follows. Unlike in Islamic morality, you have to have God tell you, do this, do that. You have to have God and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam give you very specific instructions about like how to cleanse yourself, ritual purity, all of these things. You need God to tell you that explicitly in clear-cut terms, because you're not morally advanced as Christians, where Christians, they are given a very clear principle, and there are very clear virtues that they're supposed to cultivate, and then they will, practice a godly way of life. Whereas Muslims, you have to handhold and you have to tell them very clearly, do this, don't do that. You have to tell Muslims 2.5% zakat, charity, as obligatory. Whereas with Christians, you just give a general principle, love thy neighbor, and Christians are going to just give so much of their money in charity. That's the difference between Muslims and Christians, and the difference between Islamic morality and Christian morality. What Mike Jones doesn't know, or what he doesn't want to acknowledge, is that this kind of attitude towards Christian morality is a very modern concept. It's a modern innovation. And you can find the roots of this innovation in the statements of, for example, John Locke. So in an essay concerning human understanding, this is what John Locke says: there are fundamental truths which lie at the bottom, the basis upon which a great many others rest, and in which they have their consistency. There are teeming truths, rich in store, with which they furnish the mind, and like the lights of heaven, are not only beautiful and entertaining in themselves, but give light and evidence to other things that without them could not be seen or known. Our Savior's great rule that we should love our neighbors as ourselves is such a fundamental truth for the regulating of human society that I think that by that alone, one might without difficulty determine all the cases and doubts in social morality. Truths such as this we should endeavor to find out and store our minds with. So this is John Locke, one of the Enlightenment thinkers. Another example is Baruch Spinoza, Jewish philosopher and one of the early Jewish modernists. And this is a quote from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, the entry on Baruch Spinoza. It says, if it can be demonstrated that Scripture is not a source of natural truth, but the bearer of only a simple moral message, love your neighbor, then people will see that faith is something separate from philosophy. Spinoza intends to show that in that moral message alone, and not in Scripture's words, origin, or history, lies the sacredness of what is otherwise merely a human document. So again, it's this concern with, we focus on the virtue, or this principle, love thy neighbor. The actual details of the Bible in terms of ritual, in terms of like specific do's and don'ts that we might find, that has been abrogated. Basically, we don't need those kinds of rules and details. We can just focus on the virtue of love thy neighbor, and then everything else follows from that. This is a very common move by all religious modernists, not just the Enlightenment thinkers in Christianity, who basically wanted to get rid of all of this Christian tradition, whether it's from the Bible, whether it's from the early church fathers and the church's history with ecumenical councils and all of the doctrines that have came from them, or they want to get rid of all of that Christianity because it's illiberal. It has illiberal aspects. It has illiberal teachings. They want to get rid of that in order to promote a liberalized Christianity that is completely conformant with things like religious freedom, women's rights, liberal feminist women's rights, things like democracy and liberal reform in general. That's their project, but Christianity stands in the way. So they have to eviscerate Christianity's teachings and say, no, Christianity is 100% conformant with all of this liberal doctrine, because the core message of Jesus and the core message of Christianity is love thy neighbor. And everything else is just irrelevant. Like that's not the message of Christianity. That's not the core of Christianity. And you'll notice that Muslim modernists do the same, have this same exact move. What do we hear from Muslim modernists? Muslim modernists are constantly talking about maslahah and the maqasid of the Sharia. The maqasid of the Sharia. These are the principles, like preserving life, preserving wealth, preserving, like these maqasid of the Sharia. That is the essence of the Sharia. The actual rules and regulations that are found in the Quran and Sunnah, or through the Islamic tradition, the fiqh, the four madhahib, for example, those are not really the core. Those aren't the essence of the Sharia. The essence of the Sharia is the maqasid. And whenever we determine that there's going to be some benefit, like some maslahah, that conflicts with those rules and regulations of the Quran and Sunnah, we have to prioritize the maslahah, the masalih, the benefits. We have to prioritize the maqasid, the maqsad, the core of the Sharia, and that is more than enough to overturn or to go against the actual rules and regulations found in fiqh. So this is what Muslim modernists do to negate and belittle and minimize the Islamic tradition. They're following exactly in the footsteps of the Christian Enlightenment thinkers, the Jewish Enlightenment thinkers like Baruch Spinoza, and even Mike Jones here, who's in 2023 the representation of this kind of thinking. So we have to, it's important to understand the origins, the historical origins of this way of thought. It's not, something established in the Bible. It's not something that any pre-modern, pre-Enlightenment Christian ever thought. Like you won't find anything like what Mike Jones says. This is why their entire discourse, like someone from Mike Jones and other Christian apologists, they're completely detached from their tradition. And that's what Enlightenment creates, like the Enlightenment liberalization project. It creates this gap between what Christianity was and how it was practiced for centuries versus what Christians today think is their religion, what Christians think Jesus taught, what Christians project onto the Bible. So it's a very intellectually problematic, historically problematic way to understand morality, Christian morality. I don't know if you have any comment on that, Dr. Abdullah.
No, like you said, this kind of thinking, this kind of argumentation is completely unheard of, 200, 300 years ago. And he is just, he is simply following these unmarried, childless philosophers from Western Europe, and he is not actually based on any kind of Christian tradition or Christian theology.
Right.
This is just pure liberalism.
Right. Okay. So let's just get through one last part of the stream, and then we'll have the Christian call in, and then we also have a short intermission because I have to go pray. Dhuhr Salah.
Yeah,
So
me too.
you have to pray too. So let me just get through this part really quick. In the rebuttal section, because he also spread some falsehoods there.
Oh, we are skipping your opening statement.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was a lot of good stuff. I wanted to compliment you on that. Like
okay.
you had a lot of good scientific points. I didn't notice any actual scientific mistake on your part, except like one or two. You misspoke a couple of times, but
oh really? Well, tell us where did I misspeak?
No, I just meant menarche, but said puberty or vice versa. Just very minor stuff. It was obvious from the context.
Okay.
What you had meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good to know. Let's just look at his rebuttal because he has some false things that he says in this as well, or distortions.
Statement based on what I just heard there. Let's talk about some of the things he said. So he said it was perfectly normal before, again, Western Christians came along ruined us. No, Michael Flynn notes in European demographic system that the average age people would marry between 1500 and 1820 in Europe was 25 to 26. Brent Shaw notes in his paper, The Age of Roman Girls at Marriage, that in Tuscany, girls would marry between 16 and 21 on average, in Florence, 15 to 19. Rudolph Bell notes that in Italian communities in the 19th century, they were.
So even the averages he's citing are like 16, so that goes against his point.
Average of 16, which means girls were getting married at 11, 12, and people did not blink an eye.
Yeah, exactly. So he doesn't know what he's talking about at all.
Were marrying within their mid-20s. Peter Laslett says that in England, the average age that women were marrying was 22. Okay, and that was in the 17th century. Piotr Gaswowski says in The Origins of the European Marriage that the average age women were marrying in Poland in the earlier periods was around 20. And again, you can also read Kim Phillips' book, Medieval Maidens. Average age women were being married, again, late teens to early 20s. But you brought up Bruce Ryan.
See, he doesn't where did I ever say the average age of marriage was 13 or 12 or 10? Like, I
Yeah.
never made a
Oh.
historical claim about average age being that low. So who is he disproving? So this is like the straw man that he had created, because he prepared those stats in advance. And then rather than reflecting, oh, Daniel is not claiming this in the debate, so I better not read these stats that are irrelevant to his point, he just barrels ahead and reads what he had prepared in advance, where it makes no sense at all, and it's not conversant with anything that I actually said in my opening statement. But this is his rebuttal. So he's not processing anything that I actually said in the opening. Either
really.
he's
And
not processing it, or he doesn't understand what an average is.
yeah, and then he's quoting from England, Western Europe, and all that stuff. So there is a well-documented, much discussed phenomenon in anthropology, social sciences, that in a certain part of Europe, they call it the Hajnal line. Some researcher called Hajnal noticed this and documented this. The culture around marriage in a certain part of Europe basically meant that girls in that part of Europe, in that cultural sphere, would marry much later than in other parts of Europe. And which much later meaning average of 20, meaning 15 and 16 was also common. Anyway, he is basically using anthropological data from a very, very exceptional cultural sphere in one part of the world to argue that I don't know what point he's trying to making with an average age of 16 at marriage, honestly, but yeah, go figure. Yeah, he's just citing some anthropological numbers because it sounds good to him. Basically.
Yeah, because he saw a number in a book that was over 18. Oh, it's over 18, so let me cite it, without thinking what the number actually means.
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah.
Fine. I've been waiting months for you to bring up Bruce Ryan. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's talk about Bruce Ryan here for a little while. Bruce Ryan, for example, that's probably the same paper you referenced in your the debate reviews, Harris Sultan, hemophilia as a mental disorder. He says, for example, on page 7, child sexual abuse researchers have repeatedly maintained that hemophilic interactions are innately and intensely harmful for the younger person. And then he cites his own research to demonstrate that. So he is directly arguing that this is harmful to children. What he's basically saying.
False. That's not what Rind is actually saying. What Rind, in that quote that he just read, Rind is just pointing out that that's the consensus. The consensus is that child sexuality, specifically child sexual abuse, is harmful. And what Rind says is that yes, it's harmful in certain cases, but why is it harmful? Why is it harmful? When is it harmful? How can we determine on a scientific medical basis that it's harmful? That's the whole question of Rind's paper. And he's saying that the current medical or the current psychological determination that this is harmful is based on cultural factors. It's based on cultural factors particular to the modern West. It's not something that is inherent to evolution or biology or anything of that nature. That's Rind's whole point. But again, what Mike Jones did is he scanned the paper, saw one thing that confirmed what his position is, what his view is. He didn't read the rest of the paragraph even. He didn't read the paper itself in its entirety to understand what Rind is actually talking about and what his objective is with that particular statement. And anyway, this paper, this Rind paper that he's going on and on about, that's not what I cited in the opening statement. He just jumped to that conclusion that he just heard the name Rind. I was citing a completely different Rind paper, and I specify which one it was by giving the co-authors of that paper. But Jones, in preparation of the debate, he's for some reason watched all my debates and took copious notes. And he's like, Rind, let me look at what Rind has said. And then he just heard the name Rind. He's like, I got him. This is the paper. And he just went off like these prepared remarks. But he didn't even understand like what he's citing from this Rind paper.
And he watched all of your debates and watched every minute of every post-debate analysis, sometimes going on for 8-12 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, that is dedication. I gotta give him that.
Yeah, I have to give him that. He was really nervous about this debate, I think. So let's hear what else he says, because he continues to like misconstrue.
Saying in his paper is that the active partner, the human, is not suffering from a mental disorder like schizophrenia. It's something that naturally arises in humans, just like humans naturally steal, murder, and rape. That doesn't mean it's useful or good. He describes it as a harmfully mismatched neurological.
Like, people naturally want to murder others. Like, this is news to me. Like, people naturally want to rape others. Like, I don't know what kind of biology he's studying, but like sexual attraction, having biological urges, that's natural. Like, that's something that's universal to human beings. But wanting to like murder and rape and like steal other people's property, those fall under like sociopathy or psychopathy. Like, that's not normal, natural urges that people have. Like, if you have problems like mentally, then you can want to murder someone or rape them. But this is, so it's like a disanalogy.
Yeah. Is he trying to tell us something? Like, are these the kind of urges that he feels? I don't know.
I don't know.
Logically evolved traits on page 6. But what Daniel's not told you about this paper, even though he's been citing it as far back as 2019, is the paper mainly focuses on homosexual hebephilia. He is trying to say that is not a mental disorder. He says it's been pervasive in numerous cultures around the world. He's got a table in his paper that's 4 pages long of how homosexual hebephilia has been practiced around the world in various cultures, including Islamic societies. To quote from page 15, male to immature homosexuality was pervasive in Islamic societies from the 8th to the 19th centuries. Boy attraction was seen just as normal as heterosexual ones. Main interest was in boys early to mid-teens, peaking at about 14. The appeal vanished with the beard. Adult men were scorned if they were passive partners because manly behavior was to be the active. Staggering.
So this is something that comes from Greek and Roman culture. Pederasty. Yeah, it's like well known. Like, this is news to Mike Jones, and many societies adopted this kind of practice, including European societies. But that didn't mean that was socially acceptable. Like, he's trying to claim that Islam is okay with pederasty, which is completely false. Like, this is completely false, and that's not even what Bruce Rind is claiming. He's just talking about certain practices existing in these cultures, in Middle Eastern cultures, and he looks at Asian, Southeast Asian cultures, African, and European. Like, he does a survey, but the thing is that Rind, just because I've cited one aspect of Rind's work, that doesn't mean that I agree with everything that Rind has said. And my arguments regarding minor marriage don't depend on everything that Rind has claimed about anything. So this is like irrelevant whataboutery, basically. Like, I never said that Rind is this, the end all be all of everything that he said on this topic. He's just pointed out something very significant, and it's something that's obvious, but people need academic citations. I provide it. And the core is that, evolutionarily speaking, as far as biology is concerned, we don't accept evolution. We say God has created human beings in this way. But if you don't believe in God, then you can say evolutionarily people have developed to be able to reproduce at puberty, or even at puberty, but even prior to puberty, sexual interaction can take place. A relationship can take place without harm, without physical harm. And this is an evolutionary fact. It's a biological fact. And that's all that Rind paper is pointing out. That's all that I'm citing. Another interesting citation that I mentioned in the open discussion of the debate is related to this concept of hebephilia. is female sexual attractiveness versus age. So they showed the kind of silhouettes, body outlines of women at different stages of development, at different ages. And then they asked men, and they kind of did like they hooked them up basically to different monitors to gauge the physiological reaction. That so even if they lied about it, they like your body doesn't lie basically what you're attracted to. So they combined like the biological reading or the physiological readings with the actual question, like, okay, what do you find attractive? So they're showing these silhouettes of women at different stages of development without specifying an age. So there's no number. And then the men have to grade, okay, what do you find more or less attractive? And you can see like from starting from age 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 is the peak in terms of what these men who are surveyed in the study, sexual arousal and arousability to pedophilic stimuli in a community sample of normal men. So these are not like people who are suffering from other kinds of psychiatric issues. And this is what they find attractive. So, I mean, people, if you consciously ask them, you know, what do you find attractive? What age? Because of social stigma and because of different modern norms, they're not going to necessarily give you a honest or truthful answer. Or they might consciously not think that that's what they're attracted to. But if you show them a picture and you don't tell them what the age is, then they will find it attractive and their body will react to it.
Yeah.
So that's all considered pedophilia. That's all considered pedophilia. They basically stigmatized very basic human sexuality.
Yeah.
So this has major consequences for society. It also has major psychological consequences for men, because men consider normal sexuality as something that's deviant and something like so taboo and unspeakable. This creates all kinds of problems, like mentally, for a lot of men.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead, please. I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah. So Islam is not living in this delusion. Like Islam has not bought into this kind of delusion, this cognitive dissonance. Christians have bought into this and are psychologically and mentally torturing themselves and destroying their societies by going against their nature. And they don't want to admit it. They just want to, pretend like it's not happening. But if Muslims, we don't want to buy into this delusion, then we're, the immoral ones. We're the bad guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that male attraction is based on fertility. Males are, the way that Allah has set it up, the way that it has been set up in our programming is men are attracted towards signs of fertility.
Right.
And the best signs of fertility are body shape and youth. So wide hips, large chest region, those are excellent markers for the childbirth ability, the ability to breastfeed. And youth actually ensures that the mate will be much more compatible, and youth ensures that the egg quality, ovarian reserve, is at its peak. And if you actually check the fertility data, this is also what fertility graphs look like. This graph matches perfectly with egg counts. So it has become a recent meme in the recent times that women after 30 have lost 90% of their eggs. They have just deteriorated. They are not fertile anymore. The 90% of the eggs are not possible to fertilize at that point. And it just keeps dropping lower and lower. And an interesting thing to note is when women have lost most of their fertile potential, that's also when the first wrinkles and the signs of aging become visible. So male attraction is perfectly correlated with fertility and childbearing capability.
Mhm.
And as far as I'm aware, pedophilia originally meant like a attraction to a prepubescent girl, prepubescent girls who did not have the body shape of a mature female.
Right.
And it was, I think, well, like until very recently, until 40, 50 years ago, it was considered a paraphilia. It was just considered weird, but it was not deemed to be a crime against humanity and the worst taboo possible. They were just seen as weird. Even those who were interested in girls without any markers of sexual maturity. But no, men are primarily attracted to external sexual characteristics. They're called secondary sexual characteristics. The chest region, the buttock region, the hips, and any signs of youth and health. Beauty is a very good marker of overall health and fertility also. That's what men are attracted to, and that is demonstrably at its peak in the early teens. And that's what humans have followed for the entire existence of humanity until the UN came along and decided to enforce a British sexual taboo on the rest of the world.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that chart that I showed before, that's based on the data and the study that I cited, but you won't find that exact chart. But other studies show the same exact kind of progression, that what is found most attractive and feminine is within that 11 to 15 age range.
Yeah.
So, okay. Let's just continue.
Amounts of love poetry show an obsession with boyish beauty seen as comparable to women's as well. Poets attracted to boys constitute a who's who. Desire for boys, but not behavior or lust, was permissible under Islam, but behavior was common under the left. Impermissible. The tradition eroded in the late 19th century in reaction to Western abhorrence.
It's like saying it was permissible. Oh, I mean impermissible. Like I actually was startled when he said that in the debate. I was like, what? What? You're going to claim that it was permissible? Pederasty was permissible according to Islam? Like, just unbelievable.
Efforts to modernize. So, because Daniel's been quoting from Bruce Ryan's paper for years, he's put himself in a trilemma. Either he has not read it, he's lying about what it is, or he secretly agrees with a lot of the things Bruce Ryan says and wants to return Islam to the days before Western influence, when big strapping Muslim men could write gay erotic poetry about boys. I just want to say, but again,
what an idiot. Like, what's the trilemma? Like, the trilemma is very easy to get out of this supposed trilemma. Like, I don't agree with everything that Bruce Ryan says or all of his conclusions. Yeah. So what? Like,
and he is arguing against, he's like picking out stuff from a paper that you did not even cite during this debate.
Yeah.
he's
something
picking out stuff, that you made a passing mention to in an earlier debate.
Yeah. I mean, that I cited Bruce Ryan for one specific point regarding, the nature of attraction to minors. Yeah. That's all I cited. That's a good argument, good data that is used. There's other kinds of data and studies that support that point, but that doesn't mean every conclusion that Bruce Ryan has about hebephilia. I mean, that this is a extended discussion about like hebephilia. I didn't even bring that dimension into this debate. I didn't mention hebephilia. I didn't even approach things from that angle of what is considered attractive, like female attractiveness and femininity. I left all of that out of this debate for a very specific reason. I focused on the sexuality of these minors and puberty. That's what I focused on. Very deliberately, but he wasn't paying attention, or he doesn't understand like how there are multiple dimensions to an issue. If we want to debate every issue related to this topic, there's not enough time for that in like the short amount of time
Yeah.
that there was slotted for this debate. But he wants to like force the issue to make like some gotcha moment that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. If you so he's like he is using a study that you cited several years ago
Yeah.
to make an extended point here, and with his cracking voice and everything. But let's go to one of the papers that he cited. If you can go to his slide number 42, he
Slide
cites
42.
3 papers on slide 42.
Let me see if I can open his slides. Hold on one second.
Yeah. So he quotes from Keith Hopkins. The papers, he actually quotes this paper and puts it on the screen, showing I'm citing literature, I'm citing science. So look, mom, I'm using scientific studies, mom.
Yeah.
So middle paper. He uses this paper to pick out the quote. It appears that barely half of all women were married by the age of 20 to 24 years, although eventually all women did marry. Daniel, what's the name of this paper that he's citing?
Brother-sister marriage in Roman Egypt. Yeah.
So is he arguing in favor of this? This paper, I have it right here in front of me. It says about 33%, about a third of all marriages in Roman Egypt was brother and sister marriages. And
Yeah.
so is this what he's arguing in favor of? Like he's okay with brother-sister marriages if they're above the age of 18.
Well, or
Is
maybe,
this-
yeah, I don't know. Like, what is the point of citing this paper other than, I mean, he's citing it to note the age, the
Yeah.
average age, but what about the rest of the context? Like, this is a brother-sister marriage that this paper is talking about. So,
Yeah.
some of these citations are very
Is he
interesting.
in support of this? And on the right side, he cites a look. Median age for marriage was 17.5 years for women. That proves my point somehow.
Yeah, like if I'm committed to everything that Rind says,
Yeah.
then he should be committed to everything that Hopkins says or Hopkins points out about these
Yeah.
societies. So
Yeah,
be
he's saying,
consistent.
this brother-sister marriage in Egypt violates our incest taboos, but it just goes to show that it was not universal. Is this such a bad thing after all? And so on for about 30 pages.
Right.
So is he in favor of this? Is he trying to tell us something? I don't know.
Yeah, apply his logic.
Yeah.
Well, let's continue. Why does his voice keep cracking? I can't understand.
Maybe he's going through puberty. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's something I wanted to ask him actually. Like, is he married? Not that I didn't want to ask him if he's gone through puberty, but like, is he married? Like, I can't tell if he's married or not. So, but his voice kept cracking, and I didn't know what to make of it. And then a lot of people are pointing it out.
Yeah, it was very funny at times when he says gay erotic poetry. It's amusing.
Yeah.
I think he was just like extremely anxious, extremely scared that he lost all control of his vocal muscles.
Yeah, it's very like fidgety too. But
Yeah, he.
attribute that to make of that what you will.
I mean, my medical opinion would be that he is in extreme stress, and someone should have probably escorted him out of the stage. Given him some fluids, let him rest a little.
Yeah, maybe.
But he kept going, so
yeah,
strong work.
Good for him.
Good for him.
See, it's just funny. Yeah, we already debunked that, right? I already showed the National Health Institute stats, or even the CDC. Like, who was saying, like, the completion of puberty on average could happen at 15 on average, but that doesn't refute
that's not
the
the
claim that I made.
yeah, that's not even the average. Where does he claim that?
He
Do you
said
have
these CDC and some article
midwife?
from midwifery.
Yeah, I have that one too. Yeah, like
Okay.
these are midwives. They are like
Hey, midwives are good. Don't I know that
yeah.
you're a
All
medical
respect to
doctor.
midwives, but they are not renowned for the the cutting edge science. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. We cited the National Health Institute and the national. Hold on.
The CDC data. I have it here. If I can open it.
Yeah, the National Health Statistics.
From 2020, National Health Statistics reports says 1% of girls finish puberty at the age of 8, which means they are at their final height. Whether that's 5 feet or 5'5", they are at their adult height. Yeah, that's the data right here.
Yeah, so by 15, it's like 96% of completed.
And the average is, I see 12. If you go to 12, that says 53%. So
yeah.
that would be the average. About 11, 12 would be the point at which 50% of girls have completed most of their pubertal development.
Yeah, according to the Tanner stages of development. That stage 4 menarche, when you have your period, then you are almost you have completed puberty, and all that's left, as you mentioned before in great detail, is the size growth, like in height.
Maybe 1 more inch of height and very minimal enlargement of the pelvis, and the final growth stage of the breasts, which is like there's very minimal additional fat deposition after that stage into the breasts. Right. But again, at this stage, like at the Tanner stage 4, at the time of menarche, we cannot show examples because we have to censor the examples because of how voluptuous and basically mature they are.
Yeah. You got a lot of fans, bro. Already. They're saying, where's Dr. Abdullah needs a YouTube channel. MashaAllah. So everyone just is very impressed in the comments and the chat with your research. So barakallahu feek.
Oh, I cannot actually see the comment section. I am on my phone. I just came back from a hospital shift, slept for a couple of hours, and woke up for the stream.
Yeah, you're just like casually on 2 hours of sleep. You're casually like destroying this guy. So, yeah, let's continue.
Younger sexual activity for people under 18 is bad. I don't think you should have sex outside of marriage. Okay, but his solution is child marriage. That's like saying, oh my God, I got a kitchen fire. Let's put it out by breaking the dam and flooding the neighborhood. We don't solve a problem with a bigger problem. I cited numerous studies showing how every expert around the world agrees this is harmful to children. This is harmful to their offspring. This should be abolished worldwide.
Yeah, we saw your experts. We saw what that
was. He basically cited a bunch of UN-funded statistics and UN-funded researchers and feminists.
Yeah,
basically.
The West started banning minor marriage in the 1800s. You think that was based on like scientific research? Like, do you think that was based on like medical analysis? It was just an ideological thing due to industrialization and liberalization. That's the true story. And now all of this that he's citing is post hoc confirmation bias, justification of a cultural norm and a taboo that he blindly adopts and he can't see beyond. I mean, if he had truly prepared for this debate, he would have anticipated like that kind of point or that kind of reality, like the sociological reality. But he didn't have that level of academic knowledge or insight to get to that level. So everything that he's saying is like just confirmation bias, is just circular reasoning. appealing to authorities that are just as biased as he is. He's not cutting through through that level of bias, because if he were to do that, then he would discover like a very simple point that because of biology, if you want to attribute it to evolution, because he believes in evolution, unlike other Christians, he is fully on board with evolutionary science. Evolution, according to him, is creating this kind of desire in minors who go through puberty, and evolution is pushing people, like these kinds of biological desires that have been supposedly adapted from evolutionary processes, are pushing individuals to engage in reproductive behaviors starting from as young as 8 years old, 9 years old. So he has to show how it's dysfunctional, how it's problematic, how it leads to these kinds of medical problems. But the data that he's citing is not, actually establishing that.
Yeah. And, one thing that I was waiting for, one thing that I noticed that he never mentioned, he never brings this up. He never brings up any claims that sexual intercourse, the act itself, is harmful for minors. Did you notice that? He never brought up any kind of that kind of claim.
Yeah,
why?
It was just based on pregnancy.
Yeah, he completely just based on pregnancy and bad results of pregnancy.
And it's really ironic given what he's about to say in this rebuttal. Let's listen to what he's about to say.
Yeah.
He says we have to talk about channeling desires. Well, you need to remember, as you're developing as a human, your brain is developing, and researchers describe it as being plasticity. As you're developing, your prefrontal cortex is developing, and that's the part of your brain that controls inhibitions. If we have a child who deals with rage, we don't say, well, you got to deal with that right away by just going around beating people up. We tell him to control his inhibitions. When children start developing sexual desires, they need to learn to control them. We should not give them the idea that they should act on them as soon as they got them, because they're never going to learn to control those inhibitions when they become adults later and they see someone who might be tempting them or trying to get them to commit adultery. We got to learn to control these desires. This is why we slowly develop with a plastic brain, plasticity, and we learn to control our inhibitions. They need to be trained as the prefrontal cortex is developing. He cited the Talmud.
Yeah, so I agree. Like, we should teach children how to control their desires. That's an important part of being a religious person, is controlling your desires. But control them for how long? Like, at what point does it just become torture? Like, at what point are you just torturing your children when they are, even him? Like, that's something that I could ask him, like, how long have you not been married and you've had these desires? Like, that has, like, if you have a kind of natural desire and you can't fulfill it for years or decades, like, that has a mental impact. And it's very relevant for the kind of society that Christians have created, where you have a hypersexualized society where pornography is legalized. All kinds of sexuality is on full display, whether it's through advertising, TV shows, movies. Like, this is basically creating psychological torture. You are flaunting sexuality in front of children and telling them, like the Christians are saying, well, don't you dare engage in this. Your brains are plastic. You can consume all of this nudity and you can see all of these naked women in the magazines and the advertisements and the movies. But
in the Vatican, in the classical paintings in Rome, Vatican halls, the statues, just go and stare. That's fine. The Pope said it's okay.
Yeah, I didn't think of that dimension of it, but yeah, you're right. There's a lot of nudity in classical Christian art, Renaissance art. But yeah, you're just shoving that in people's faces and saying, "Oh, don't act on this. Oh, don't act, because if your brains are plastic, you have to wait until you're 25 or 30." So how is this like a functional system? Like, with Muslims, okay, Muslims, again, going back to my great grandparents, or even with my own children, I have sons, and I don't want them to go years and years after puberty and not have any outlet for that. They need to get married. Like, I need to prepare them for the responsibility and the maturity to be husbands. But you know, if for them to get married at 17 or 18, which is legal, by the way, in the U.S., specifically my state. So, just making that very clear. Yeah, they should get married. I want to facilitate for them as a responsible parent, inshallah,
So
rather than having them tortured.
You're not going to tell them, okay, son, you just became a man. Now you have to be celibate for the next 10 years. Good luck.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm sending you to the university where girls walk around half naked.
Yeah, I'm sending you to public school where everyone is fornicating around you, and you know, consuming
children are humping in the
pornography.
school buses, and
yeah, they're like literally having sex in the locker rooms, and you know, just mix. Go ahead and mix, you know, with the opposite gender, but just control yourself and like that. This is the
for the
kind
next 10
of
years.
Yeah, this is what liberal Christians promote. Like, liberal Christians aren't promoting gender separation and hijab and like covering and modesty. Mike Jones, if you ask him, you know, what do you think about women covering up in public and segregation for the genders to prevent fornication? He's against all of that. He's against all of those kinds of restrictions that Islam brings. But he wants people to practice this, you know, Zen-like abstinence for a decade, you know, over a decade or however long. And he himself apparently has been practicing it since. Again, I don't know if he's married. If he's not married, I don't think he's like in his 20s, or maybe he is. I don't know how old he is. His voice was cracking, so I can't tell, you know, his actual age. But let's continue and get to the Christian calling.
Yeah.
But the Talmud, for example, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Kiddushin 41a says that it's forbidden for a man to marry off his daughter when she is a minor until she is well grown. Okay, I also cited scholars like Michael Satlow. You can also check out scholars like Amran Troper. You know, the average age that Jewish girls were marrying was, again, late teens, early 20s, earliest is mid-teens.
So we addressed all of those stats, like mid-teens, like that contradicts your point, Mike. But even with that point that you made about the rabbi saying it's prohibited to marry your daughters when she's a minor, when they're minors. So
when
like
she has not matured.
You're just, again, you're projecting what you think of as a minor, like being under 18, onto this pre-modern rabbi or onto the Talmud. Like the point of being a minor, that is, he probably meant prior to any kind of sexual development, any kind of puberty. That was the dividing line between being underage and being overage. Even in Islamic law, it's puberty that is determining whether you're in the age of minority or the age of majority. But he is just projecting a modern understanding of what is a minority onto the words of this rabbi. And again, I think the Quran and Bible blog addressed that point in one of the videos.
He can find no evidence, Michael Satlow, the girls were marrying that young. He talks about the Catholic Encyclopedia saying Mary was impregnated. She was conceived by the Holy Spirit, and that's how Jesus came into human flesh, according to the Catholic tradition. But also, she was a perpetual virgin, according to the same sources. So if we're going to go off what that says about her age, she also never had sex. It's not a comparison.
Yeah, so this is the point. Like, the whole debate, his whole opening was about how the main harm that comes to minors is because of pregnancy, because of the mortality and the fistulas and all of this. And then now he's waffling and he's saying that, well, even if she was, according to the Catholic Encyclopedia, a minor, it's just there's no sex involved. So what's the problem? So he just contradicts his entire point, his entire argument.
Yeah, I mean, at the very beginning of his opening statement, he says something like subjecting girls to pregnancy. So that subjecting them to pregnancy, motherhood, that really betrays the whole mindset. Subjecting someone to motherhood, oh no.
Yeah, so so according to his theology, that is what God subjected Mary to, like the Virgin Mary. Yeah, there's no problem with her being a virgin. Oh, that's what we believe as well. But according to your definition of abuse, your definition of violating someone, and especially a young woman, this falls under, like, your theology falls under the abuse of women, because she was impregnated. So he doesn't, again, he just waffles in order to avoid this contradiction.
Yeah. And let me just mention that this, up until this point in his entire opening statement, he never argued some data, or he never made any kind of argument saying it is harmful for young girls to have sexual intercourse. It was curious. He never made that kind of argument. Why? Yeah. So number one, the sources that he Googled, the sources that he was Googling through, the liberal sources, the UN and all that stuff, those are actually fine with underage girls having sexual intercourse with people. They're just against marriage. They're just against pregnancy.
Right. So
the liberal his liberal sources are fine with young girls fornicating. That is one. And second, I actually checked the literature on this a couple months back, and I think I sent some papers to you also.
Yeah.
After puberty, after the beginning of puberty, the hormone estrogen, the main driver of puberty in girls, has many, many effects. The most important effects are the internal organs, the uterus, the vagina starts to grow. And estrogen also makes the internal organs more elastic, larger, more elastic, and it provides lots of lubrication. So all of this prevents any damage, and this is basically a mature female genitalia, basically. So estrogen does this in the very earliest stages of puberty. And I checked a whole bunch of surgical literature, other kinds of literature.
So it's not like only after puberty. It's not after puberty that this happens. It's in the early Tanner stages.
Very early
not
Tanner
after
stages.
menarche. Sorry, it's not after the period that these things happen. It's way prior to the period that these things.
Way prior to the period, and I have checked the literature on this. Any perforations of the vagina, any significant injuries in girls past the Tanner stage 2 are exceedingly rare. Yeah. Exceedingly rare. Like there's not even statistically workable data on this because of the rarity. So in most cases, do you know how sexual intercourse or sexual abuse is discovered in that very young age group, 11, 12, 13? It is discovered when they come in pregnant, completely unharmed by the sexual intercourse that they have been having for years.
Yeah.
That's the most common way of discovery medically, and combined with the liberals being okay with fornication at young ages, this is why he could not bring up any supposed harms of sexual intercourse at young ages. Because basically, once the external shape of the female is at the mature stage, sexual intercourse is not going to harm them.
Right. Yeah, so, I mean, they acknowledge this. The only thing, like when they teach, I cited this in the opening statement, they teach sex education in primary school, like way before anyone is having their period or menarche. They're already talking about it. They're just saying practice it safely. And why by safely, again, they have the same mentality as Mike Jones, that you want to prevent pregnancy. Other than that, pregnancy and STDs, you want to prevent that. But just the sexual act in fornication, there's nothing that's inherently dangerous about that. So if Mike wants to live and die, his whole argument is based on like medical safety, then that actually destroys his Christian morality as well, because people can say that, why are you so insisting on fornication being wrong? There's no health problems involved. There's no health dangers involved in that, in 10-year-olds or 9-year-olds fornicating with each other, or even homosexual behavior, they'll claim. And I want to cite some of that research, the medical experts that he's appealing to constantly throughout this debate. Let's see what they have to say in a second.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's a lot here. He said that before Montesquieu, Western Christians were not condemning minor marriage. No, Cyrannus of Ephesus talked about the dangers of it. Giles of Rome, Albertus Magnus, again, Kilton Phillips talks about this in her book.
Yeah, I called him out for this claim in the open discussion. Like, again, none of these figures that he signed condemned minor marriage or said that this was immoral or unacceptable.
This was abhorred by a lot of medical experts. Now, did the common person not realize that? For the most part, a lot of them didn't realize how bad it was. But today, a lot of people today ignore medical experts. So what's the problem? We should go on what the medical experts of the past and the present are saying. And they all seem to point to the idea this is not necessarily the best thing to go for.
Yeah, okay. So medical experts, he's constantly appealing to their expertise. Like, look at what the medical experts are saying today.
Yeah.
So gender affirming care and young people. This is from the Office of Population Affairs, which is under the Department of Health within the federal government. What is gender affirming care? Gender affirming care is a supportive form of healthcare. It consists an array of services that may include medical, surgical, mental health, and non-medical services for transgender and non-binary people. For transgender and non-binary children and adolescents, early gender affirming care is crucial to overall health and well-being, as it allows the child or adolescent to focus on social transitions and can increase their confidence while navigating the healthcare system. So this is what the medical experts, as authorized by the federal government, are saying currently. You also have The Lancet, one of the top medical journals in the world. Gender affirming care is needed for transgender children. You can go and this is from June 2018. You can go read all of the data and empirical evidence that they cite to support that. You also have the New England Journal of Medicine. Criminalization of gender affirming care interfering with essential treatment for transgender children and adolescents. So this is what the medical experts at the top of medical science today, at the cutting edge, are saying. So according to Mike Jones, we need to follow this kind of medical advice. We need to follow their guidelines. Again, like, this is the kind of stuff that I was bringing up in the debate, but he just could not address like these kinds of basic points.
Yeah. And medical experts also recommend, like CDC recommends, human papillomavirus vaccine, the Gardasil, which is a sexually transmitted infection.
Well, let's not talk about that subject because YouTube might have policies on on talking about certain medications.
No, I am true. I said the bad word. No, I am talking in favor of it. So CDC, remember, kids, CDC says vaccinate your daughters for sexually transmitted infections starting from age 11 or even 9.
Yeah.
CDC is
we have to follow everything the CDC says.
And please follow them. Girls as young as 9 are under the risk of getting sexually transmitted infections as per CDC.
Absolutely. We would never dream of going against what the CDC says.
Gotta follow the experts.
Of course. Follow the science. Trust the science. All right.
Moreover, we should most of all be relying on medical experts of today, all of which condemn child marriage. Again, for all the problems I cited. I see no reason to accept this at all, given all the extensive harm it causes. So if the burden is on me, I've given the burden. I have showed how harmful it is, and it should be abolished. People in the past used to use leeches to treat all kinds of diseases. They do not treat. Okay, that does not mean we should go back to what ancient people were doing. And we now know this does not work. People used to sacrifice humans to the rain gods across the globe and hoping that it would bring the rains. We now know that does not work. Okay, so we do not do those things just because people in the past did it. Okay, as regards to the Bible not giving an age, again, I'll go to Ezekiel 16 really quickly here. For example, it talks about God compares Jerusalem to his wife and says, and you grew up and became tall and arrived at full adornment. Your breasts were formed. Okay, again, according to the midwifery and women's health nurse practitioner, that does not happen until 17 when the breasts have been fully formed in a girl. And scholars like Robert Alter, Mark Rucker.
Go ahead, you were laughing.
Simply false. Let me pull up the numbers. Where is it? There is observable breast development as early as ages 6 and 7 in some girls. In some girls, there is observable breast development. The initial tenor stages start at 6 or 7.
Right.
And this is like not a pathological 1 in a million cases. These are 1 or 2% start as early as those ages.
Right.
And at menarche, the kind of breast development becoming full, like he mentions from Ezekiel, that stuff is actually complete in most girls by ages 12, 13, in some girls as early as 9 and 10.
Yeah.
And the midwifery journal that he cites does not actually say that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, these are the problems with his inability to properly cite something or understand what his citation means.
Yeah.
By the way, you're not saying in the comments, but everyone is saying that you're a top G. Dr. Abdullah is a top G. You know, he needs to
Thank
be
you,
in
guys.
all the streams, mashallah. So, jazakallah
Thank you,
khair
guys.
for bringing your expertise to this analysis. I think that's pretty much it. Like, we can't
Yeah.
go through every single thing that was said, but we've covered like almost all, if not all, of his citations. Now we want to get into the Christian call-in portion of this stream, inshallah. But we have to first pray Dhuhr. Both of us have to go pray. So we're going to take a brief intermission. In the meantime, if you are a Christian, we want to hear from you. We want to talk to you in a very respectful way. We want to get your take on what happened in this debate. As long as you're respectful, and you also have to have your camera on. You have to have your camera on. We do this, because for security purposes. And here is the link. I'm going to put it in the chat so you can start coming on to the back area of the stream. And let me pin this. Oh, can I pin it? Sometimes this is annoying. 1 second. Live streaming.
And in the meantime, I just wanted to mention that during cross-examination, when he started bringing up weird examples, like what if a girl has a period at 5 years? What if at 4 years, 3 years, 11 months?
Right.
Yeah, and you said, if she's completely mature, Islam says, but in that case, I disagree with you. You kind of made one factual error there, and which you realized immediately and corrected yourself.
Sure.
A full physical maturity does not follow menarche or abnormal uterine bleeding at those ages, like 11 months of age. That's most definitely at 11 years of 11 months of age. That's most definitely abnormal puberty. That's a hormonal disorder, and that's going to be an infant. And like you said, those girls are not going to have proper development.
Right.
And same with 4, 5, like he mentioned, those are less than 1 in a million cases.
Like he was saying it hypothetically with specifically with precocious puberty. So I mean, it could be possible, like with genetic engineering, that you have a 4-year-old that is fully developed. Like that's a hypothetical possibility. So I'm an honest person, like in an honest debate. I'm a principled person. So according to the Sharia, according to Islamic law, according to all of these religions, especially as they were practiced prior to the Enlightenment and prior to Western colonialism, there was the physical maturity, and these signs of puberty were the indicators of when marriage is possible and when sexual relationship through marriage is possible. So I'm a principled person. Like if he wants to have a gotcha moment on that basis, okay, like that's whatever, like laugh it up. But this is just the application of the principle. This is what distinguishes a Muslim from a Christian, like a liberal Christian like him. Like I will be principled, and the principle can withstand like this kind of scrutiny, whereas he has to throw literally Yahweh under the bus. Like he has to throw the Bible under the bus because he can't withstand the kind of questioning that he gets from Muslims. That's the difference between a Muslim debater and a Christian apologist. The Christian apologist is just going to make sure not to say anything to violate the liberal social norms and the liberal status quo, make sure not to violate any taboo. And he compromises on his religious principles and literally throws Moses under the bus, like starts attacking like Moses, his church fathers, like hundreds of years of church tradition. Like that's the difference. So I have no, I might have misspoke like in a certain moment. So I appreciate your correction of that.
But yes, so he was basically bringing up practically impossible examples and asking you to give a principled response to that. And you did. You said, if the girl is mature, yes, which in the practical world, you're a girl having.
What if an embryo? What if an embryo has signs of maturity? Can we have? Can you marry an embryo? I don't know. Well, like that's the kind of like you got me there. You got me. Like that's if that's like a gotcha moment, then what can I say?
Yeah, but basically in practical terms, those 4 or 5, they're not going to have full physical maturity, including breast and buttock development, fat deposition, body shape, body height. And Islamically, it would, in the practical real world, those exceptional 1 in a million cases are not going to be marriageable until they grow to their final adult height.
Right.
Basically. And if he is very interested, he could search for midgets online and go with that. But
little people,
tiny people. Yeah.
Okay, let's just take a quick 5-minute break, 5-10 minutes to pray, and then we will get some Christian calling. If you're a Muslim and you're calling in, we're not going to talk to you. And if you want to talk to us, you have to have your camera on. So the people right now in the back area, your camera is not on. So there's no chance that we're gonna let you on the stream. Just saying. So okay, we'll be right back. Assalamu alaikum. I'm back. So let's see where I'll just have whenever Dr. Abdullah can come back. Okay. So where are the Christians? We have
Alaikum
someone
salam.
here, Jareer Slayer, but his camera is off, so I'm not gonna add you. Where are the Christians? There's got to be a Christian who is. Usually, when I have Christian call-ins, there's a lot of Christians who want to participate, but I guess this topic is they're too scared to come on. Are you there, Dr. Abdullah? There's no sound coming.
Yeah. I'm here. I was
Oh,
just grabbing a
it's 'cause
quick
I don't have
snack.
my headphones in. That's why. Sorry.
Ah.
Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm here, brother.
Okay.
Alaikum salam. I was just grabbing a quick snack.
Okay, here's someone who's joined with his camera on named Joseph. Okay, I'm gonna add him. Hello, Joseph.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm
Hey.
good. How are you?
Good. So, are you? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Are you married?
No, not yet.
Okay. So, give us your thoughts on the debate.
I mean, yeah, I watched the whole thing. I think you guys made arguments. If you guys are correct, it will be obviously a good part for your case. I would want to myself, independently review the stuff you guys were citing because,
Please.
just like you guys said in the conversation, like you guys about the Coca-Cola example. So if there's a study that says corn syrup is, good and it's funded by Coca-Cola, that's obviously a question. Obviously, you guys are Muslims. It seems as if you guys held these views prior to debate. You guys did the review and you guys found you were correct about everything. So of course, I need to independently review this myself afterwards.
Yeah.
There was two subjects I wanted to ask about, or I guess talk about, just things that I've come across in my own understanding. So I want to bring it here. Let me, if I can understand this. You guys said, what exactly are you saying about the history of Christians? Are you saying that in the past Christians were okay with adult and children having sex?
Being married and having sex. Yeah.
Yeah, well, marriage goes with sex. So, but you're
Yeah.
saying that adult and children having sex, Christians were like there's no pre-liberal Christian who was against this, or roughly speaking.
Yeah, there's no pre-modern person that made a moral argument, and it's because this concept of being a child as under 18 did not exist.
I mean, regardless of the age, because different people can say adult is biological maturity 18, but generally speaking, child, adult. So this is something I disagree with, and I came across a study that I think challenges this claim. Is it possible for me to share my screen?
We don't allow guests to share screen because that becomes potential problem. But you can just tell me the study and I'll pull it up for you.
Okay, it's called the name of the study is, and you can open this up on academia. It's because the PDF is there. It's called "Do Not Sexually Abuse Children: The Language of Early Christian Sexual Ethics" by John Martens.
The title is literally "Do Not Sexually Abuse Children: Early Sexual Ethics in Christian."
The Language of Early Christian Sexual Ethics by John Martens.
Can you did you find it, Dr. Abdullah?
Yeah, I have something. Let me see if this is the article. If I can find it online, the full text, I'll.
I mean, if you share your
try to
screen,
send it to you.
I can look at the screen and see, if you're
Or
If
do
you
you have a
typed it in
link
right.
to it? Do you have a link, academia link that you put in the chat?
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, if you post the link for us, I have the academia page. Let me see
Oh, you
if
have
I
it?
can get
Okay,
the
so
PDF.
can you just share your screen then?
Let me send it to the brother who can then put it on the screen.
Okay.
See full PDF.
And I'm sure you can download it as well. Just send them the link.
Yeah, I
It's easy
just
to
gotta
download the
enter an
article.
account.
Okay.
Wait, did you send it?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Oh no, the actual PDF. Did you send?
No, I'm still trying to get the PDF.
Yeah, I can't.
If it's on
download.
academia, you can just click the download button. I think there's a download button on the same page.
You have to be logged in.
Yeah, I never have an academia account. I have to.
I think you can sign in with
look one
Gmail.
up
But I don't know.
now. All right, give me a moment.
Let's pull it on. Okay, download PDF.
Register to download.
All
So
right.
can you summarize the
I'm
argument
down.
for us in the meantime?
Yeah.
I'd like to quote the article, but yeah, the essential argument is that actually there were like a substantial number of Christians. Okay, so this paper covers, or this chapter covers, I think like 4 or 5 centuries, like from 2nd century to like 4th, 5th century or something like that. And it argues that it was a very dominant perception among the Christians in this time, at least the ones who wrote and stuff, among church fathers, that any form of, let's say, like child adult sexual relations, regardless of their nature, were being condemned. So okay, so you have it now. So I'm going to quote from the first page. I'm just going to kind of quote the first paragraph. It's obviously it's a long quote, but like I'm just going to quote it. Okay. One of the areas in which Christianity in its early centuries impacted the lives of children for the good was that of sexual ethics. Many have noted that Christian apologists, moralists, and theologians often spoke against the sexual abuse of children, which was common in the Greco-Roman world, supporting an ethos that had been pronounced previously by Jewish authors. What has not been noted is that Christians, apart from using the common Greek diction of the day, also developed a new language to speak about the sexual abuse of children, a language that demanded that sexual abuse of children not be described in euphemistic terms. The new verb Christians created was paidophorio. I might be pronouncing that wrong, but whatever. Whose construction and meaning will come into the focus of the discussion of this article in due course, but about which one may say already at this point that it describes sexual practices between children and adults as practices which are destructive and corrupting. And that, I think, that's the main summary, that first paragraph, or at least the part I read up to, of the argument of this paper, namely that Christians at this period, and it goes through many texts which use this new vocabulary, and that these many Christians over this time condemned child-adult sexual relations, regardless of the nature of the relationship, and that's the meaning of this new term. And the paper goes through like the meaning, the origin of this term, the construction of it, what it does and does not imply, blah blah blah. And it just gives text after Christian text after Christian text, which condemns this category of sexual behavior. And the summary I gave you, it's also the summary in the beginning of the book, because this is a chapter published inside of a larger book, but which have many chapters by many scholars. So that's the same summary there. And I also found a post by a historian named Larry Hurtado. He's a historian of early Christianity, and on his blog he was basically saying the same thing about what this paper is showing. So I tried to look at multiple citations of this paper from what I personally could find. It seems my perception, my representation of this is correct from what I saw, and that...
No, it's completely incorrect.
Okay, why?
Because the term that you're referring to, podthero, is pederasty. They're against pederasty.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Greco-Roman relationship between an adult male and a young boy.
Okay,
they were
so
against pederasty, not
no,
against...
that's not true. That's not true, because...
Where? Look at the article you're citing.
Yeah,
it's talking about male
I'll
homosexual behavior. Male homosexual behavior.
No, I'll quote it.
So this is indeed, he's correct. This dates from the earliest era of Christianity. It goes back to the earliest Roman and Greek Christianity.
So pederasty
Why?
is a different term. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just wait till Dr. Abdullah finishes. Go ahead.
So can you tell me why were people talking against this in 2nd century, 3rd century, and 4th century? But it didn't, it ceased to be a big deal after that. Can you tell me why?
I never said it ceased to be a big deal after that. I just said that's the time period that the article covers. And
So,
the word pederasty, if you'll allow me, this is a different Greek word. It's not the same as paidophoria. And if you read the paper, it clearly says multiple times that, and I'll quote it, that this term is not limited to relationships with boys, that it includes relationships with girls as well. And I'll quote it. Let me just find the quote.
And where does it say that this is under 18? Like children or little ones are under 18?
I never said anything about the age because I said, as I said earlier, it's just child and
but that's
adults.
the subject in question. Like you asked initially, is there any example of pre-modern period that are against minor marriage? And I said that, and Dr. Abdullah confirmed that there is no example of anyone speaking against minor marriage as defined by modern Christians and inspiring philosophy, Mike Jones. That was the whole bone of contention. So you bringing this as evidence, but where does it specify the age of 18? Yeah, there might have been statements against, molesting a prepubescent child. Yeah, of course, you can have statements against that historically, but that's not the same thing.
Okay, so
this is another example of projecting a modern category of what a child is onto these pre-modern sources.
So can you give me the opportunity to respond to both those things?
Sure. Go ahead.
So the first one is that this is about boys. I'm going to quote the paper saying that this is not just about boys. And let's see.
Which page?
Yeah, I'll give you the page. I'll quote it. So it says on, I believe, starting from page 252, and there's multiple quotes to this effect. Whichever word is chosen to translate Thor, one must insist that both boys and girls are in mind, even though it might have been more likely that boys were sexually abused simply due to the freer access to boys and a cultural acceptance of such behavior. Nevertheless, there is no evidence that only boys were used sexually in the ancient world, and Thor also referred to seduction, corruption, and even rape of women. When not used in this compound construction, more significantly, there exists definitive data related to the sexual use of girls, such as slave girls used by their masters or girls enslaved in brothels. And one should see that paidophoria as forbidding such behavior as well. And
who should see that? Who should see that as that?
What? Sorry?
Like who should see paidoptoros as referring to just sexual abuse of both boys and girls? That's their modern interpretation.
And one should see. No, that's their scholarly conclusion. These are the experts here, and that's
evidence for that.
So yeah, this gentleman,
they do give evidence because they say that the construction is used to refer to girl. Thor is used to refer to, as quoted, also refer to the seduction, corruption, and even rape of women.
He is guessing.
So that's the corruption.
He's not saying. We can see from these early sources that this term was used for both boys and girls. No, he's saying it is possible that maybe this also not only refers to boys. So there's an implicit acknowledgement that this is a term for the sexual abuse of boys. Corrupting boys is, that's literally what the term means, by the way. Corrupting boys. So this goes to the earliest times of Christianity, when the early Christians were arguing against pederasty, arguing against Roman and Greek traditions of raping pubescent boys. Especially Greek culture had a very particular affinity for raping young boys, and this was called corrupting boys in ancient sources, and this is why the author has mentioned this term usually comes from the 2nd, 3rd, and the 4th centuries of Christianity, because that's when the Greek culture, that's when the pederasty, that's when boy rape was prevalent in the lands that Christians used to live in. And I'm saying Christians were right. They were right to condemn this. And earliest Christian sources show this. Didache, one of the earliest church manuals from the 1st century, specifically says, "Do not corrupt boys." And this seems to be the context here. And the author is writing in 2010, trying to expand this very specific term of anal rape of pubescent boys into, and Quran and Bible blog also points out that it does not include girls. But yeah, this specific term had a very specific meaning that everybody knew, that this is referring to the anal rape of pubescent boys by adult men. And the author in 2010 is just trying to expand the definition without much evidence to promote the modern sexual ethics of liberal modernity.
Yeah. So I mean, the article or this paper itself is saying that, look at note 89, which is pointed out by Quran and Bible blog in the chat. It is also the case that girls who are made to enter marriages at a young age by Jews, Christians, or pagans, from a modern perspective, would be considered to be suffering abuse. This was not taken into account by the criticism explicit in the Christian use of pedopterio. For more on this point, see this reference. So I mean, this completely debunks your claim, bro. You can respond.
So you said that it never refers to girls, but as I quoted,
look at your own sources saying that.
Can I just finish? Like,
your own sources.
I'm not interrupting you. Can I just finish?
Go ahead.
And I will make concessions if I have to. I'm not committed or anything. I'm just giving you my perspective.
So you seem like you seem like an honest person.
Yeah. So as I was saying, so one thing was said that it doesn't ever refer to girls, but the author said in my quote, Thor also referred to the seduction, corruption, and even rape of women. So I will disagree on that point, and I will go with the conclusion of the analysis, but I will say
your point.
Well,
Thor is one part of the word. Thor is just one part of the word. The whole term that he is talking about, early Christians using, is not just Thor. They're using this whole term that is referring to male homosexuality, pederasty.
That's pederasty, but this is not pederasty. No, that's a different word. What do you mean?
You're saying Thor is the rape of women, right? Thor, but that's not the term that he's referring to.
The entire word is not pederasty in this case. That's a different word that the author discusses.
This is, as far as I understand, this is a Christian euphemism to, avoid the terms like boy rape. They say corrupting youth, corrupting boys. And this is how it appears in early Christian sources.
Okay, so
do you see this note 89?
Yeah, I wanted to get to that, but
if this had been the case, why did so many Roman emperors marry 8-year-old girls, 9-year-old girls, 10-year-old girls?
That's what
Roman emperors, as in Christian, Byzantine Roman emperors after Constantine.
Yeah, so just because some Christians condone it doesn't mean that others didn't condemn it. So that's not really the point.
This is not just some Christian. This is not a random Christian. This is the temporal head of Christian kingdom, of the head of Christianity.
Canon law. Look at canon law allows an age of consent of 12.
So
Go
ahead.
Finish your point.
And your author also mentions marrying at age of any age basically is not included in the term pedopteros. Corrupting.
So where's the age?
Youth.
So look, I will agree with you something of what you guys said, but I also have some disagreements. Since of course, you guys are insisting that the word means pederasty. I'm saying that this was a new Greek term. It was not the same word as pederasty, and people are free to read the paper. It's not the same word as pederasty. I will concede something. I will concede. I didn't look at note 89, and that might be in favor of your argument. I will concede on that point. One thing I want to disagree with what you just said is that the Byzantine emperor, the canon law, these are a handful of the most powerful people in society. I have no idea how Christian they were, or how faithful they were, or I have no idea. I'm not going to judge the norms of Christians in general by the most powerful, wealthy, arguably power-hungry. I mean, it's true. You can't judge the society by just the leader or by the people who are developing these laws. And I would ask the question, this is something I don't know, but how many people were familiar with canon law? Like was it the norm in society to be familiar with canon law? And if it
It's
wasn't,
irrelevant. It's
no, it
irrelevant.
is relevant because
The burden is for you to show any kind of statement from anyone in pre-modernity that marriage under 18 is unacceptable and it's immoral. You brought this source as some kind of evidence of that, but it's not. It doesn't prove your point. It doesn't establish what you're claiming it does. So that's all there is to say about it. Like, it doesn't matter if it's the kings that are practicing it, the commoners that are practicing common law or whatever. You haven't met the evidentiary burden. Like, that's the whole point.
yeah, I'll
So,
agree that Note 89 does challenge what I said. So, but I was just stating my other disagreements. So I wanted to bring one other thing up.
well,
The other thing the other thing I want to bring up is the gender affirming care. So you quoted several sources which say, this is safe, this is good, blah blah blah. But I want to make a point against that and cite some sources against that. And before I do, I just want to say this is my argument. My argument is that in the last 2 or 3 years, there has been a significant pushback, actually, a reversal of policy on gender affirming care in multiple liberal countries. And therefore, this shows, actually, I think this is strong evidence because of course, we'll agree that the dominant ideology in the liberal West right now is to support, trans identity, transition, this and that. But I think the fact that there has been actually a reversal in the last 2 or 3 years, a significant one in many liberal countries, shows that liberal
Which
countries
ones?
are easily which ones? I'll get to that. I'll name them. Just give me a second. I think this shows that liberal ideologies they're able to respond to correction from new medical evidence and shift back. So the names of them, they include the UK, Norway, Sweden, I think France,
In
and
what
there's
way they
another one
have
that I don't
reversed?
remember.
In
So I
what way
want to
have
bring
they reversed transgender ideology or
no
transgender?
gender affirming care. I'm talking about the treatment, the gender affirming care, and they've started to reverse their course on that treatment, and they're restricting it from broad, let's say, acceptability to experimental settings. They're removing it from the public access. And so there are some studies which support this. Well, here's one recent journalistic article which discusses this. If you, I don't know if you want to pull it out, but it's called it's in the Atlantic. It's called "A Teen Gender Care Debate is Spreading Across Europe." So just let me know if you're going to bring that up.
that's okay. We can get the point from your summary.
Yeah,
Okay,
please
but
summarize it for us.
That was my summary. What do you mean? Oh, you want me to summarize the article?
Yeah, so you're saying that, okay, so let me give you my response. Yeah, you will find some pullback from the cutting edge of liberal progressivism where they're now saying, oh, we should be careful about doing surgery, sex change operations on children. Why? Because there's been such heavy blowback, and it's been like people are saying this is way too far.
From
There
the medical
has
community.
been blowback in other periods of liberal history against these kinds of reforms, pushed by liberalism in the 18th and 19th century especially. And the response from liberal powers has been to crush all dissent and to force society to accept things like minor marriage is unacceptable. You have to put your children in school. They cannot get married, blah, blah, blah. This was done by fiat, by force of law, brutal crackdown on traditional societies and religious people all over the world. So right now, there's maybe a slight pullback, just like with the whole abortion debate and how Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court. It's just a momentary lapse, but the push of liberal progressivism as justified, quote unquote, by science, it marches on full steam ahead. That's the problem. So the U.S. by no means is rolling back its claims about this gender affirming care. So I think this is like a very small point that doesn't change any of the arguments that we've made.
I would challenge that, because you said it's because of the blowback. Actually, the U.S. the U.S. is the most conservative liberal country. Not sorry, not sorry. It's the most conservative Western country, I would say, or at least roughly the most conservative, one of the most conservative Western countries. And I would argue that the blowback in the U.S. has been much stronger than it has been in Europe against gender affirming care. And yet, it's America which is not reversing its course because of, let's say, the liberal institutions there. And in fact, the response in the European countries, the blowback isn't coming from the public. It's coming from these massive medical reviews and responses, these independent medical reviews that are being administered or like set up by the government. For example, in the UK, I think it was called the NICE review. It was a very big thing, and it concluded that the evidence for this was not very strong. So you're saying this is one tiny part of the whole liberal force. I'm saying this is a clear example where there was a huge, even a few years ago, consensus about this in favor of this medical transition, and in just 2 years, 2 or 3 years, there's a very significant buyback. So
you're also mischaracterizing the the walk back by these liberal powers. They're not saying that gender affirming care is something that's inherently immoral. They're saying that they're saying the treatments as of now are not as safe as we want them to be. So let's exercise a little bit more caution and hesitation about these treatments. We need to advance the science, and we need to advance the technology so that we can safely gender transition and more fully gender transition these toddlers. Like, that's the actual thought from liberals in the UK, in Norway, and etc. Like, that's their ideology and that's their philosophy. You're mischaracterizing what they're actually saying and what the medical researchers are saying. And anyway, show me any other example.
I didn't mischaracterize. I didn't say that they said it was immoral. I didn't say that, so I didn't mischaracterize that. I said the
how's it a rollback?
Yeah, there's a rollback.
In what way is it a rollback?
For the gender affirming care, for example.
Yeah, because of the certain medical problems that they haven't been able to address yet. They want to address it.
Yeah, they want to, but for now, they're clearly rolling back what was a huge.
So a rollback to the current gender ideology would be something like Uganda, would be like an actual rollback, an actual correction would be something like Uganda, would be something like just exile or deportation, or what they term the conversion, what was it called? Conversion therapy, which is basically telling them, hey, maybe you should not, do this.
This is just shifting goalposts. I mean, this is a clear example of a rollback on a huge talking point in American liberalism and a lot in Europe. This is clearly an example, I mean, unambiguously, of a rollback of a.
So this is a massive conservative victory if the child transgender surgeries is limited to only after 5 years of age. Let's say they limit it to, you have to be 5 years old before we can do surgery on you. That's a massive, major, clear victory for conservatives.
Is that what's happening though? Because they're going against minors doing it, like under 18. A lot of these places.
Where cite me this paper that you referred to earlier. I'll pull it up.
Okay,
we can't really trust what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I already showed that there's a big rollback on the gender affirming care.
You showed nothing. Just give me the citation.
Yeah, I did not realize
that. One paper is called, which really goes back on a lot of these assumptions. It's called "Current Concerns About Gender Affirming Therapy in Adolescence."
You don't have a link or something?
I can send you a link.
If you could post it in the chat, that would be helpful.
Here you go. I posted the link.
Okay, opening it.
And there's several other studies. I mean, this is just one of them. So, and also, just when I link to, go to the section disagreements about the scientific evidence. It names 10 clearly, like, very liberal views on the subject, which are being pushed back against.
So pushing back against means resistance.
Rollback, resistance, it doesn't really matter. They all count.
They all count. So if you see someone beating a man to death on the street and the man is like trying to kick from where he's lying in the pool of his own blood, that's
I don't think that's a good analogy.
Resistance, it counts.
I don't really think that's a good analogy. So one of the most relevant, maybe even parts of this paper is the subsection disagreements about the scientific evidence. As I said, this lists like 10 pretty liberal, very dominant views, at least in the liberal media and whatnot. And it simply says that, this is things that we're not so sure about anymore. They're trying to go against.
I mean, honestly, I did not know Nazis were marching through Norway and Sweden and UK. So that's interesting to find out.
Okay. I don't know where I said that, but okay.
Yeah, so I mean, this is something that you have one paper and it's citing these are not other papers that it's citing. It's
These are
citing like
assumptions.
claims.
It's challenging.
Yeah, it's challenging it, but show me like the blowback. You're saying blowback, which means like they've reversed course.
They have. I mean,
they have. So slowing down is not the same as reversing course. Slowing down is not the same as reversing course.
What I said is that, first of all, by the way, this does support what I've been saying, but what I said that there was much more access to gender affirming care just 2 years ago. Like, people could be referred to it very easily and go through it without very much, let's say, I don't know, red tape, whatever you want to call it, what you got to pass. But now the gender affirming care is being rolled back to experimental settings instead of general access in a lot of these places.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing this huge blowback. I think there's always going to be, like, when you have a major social transformation where like you're destroying the institution of gender, there's going to be some voices that register discontent and disapproval and dissent. But that doesn't mean, there's this huge blowback and now the liberal West has realized the folly of its ways and they're reversing course. Like, this is just a spin on it that you're trying to justify with one paper.
Several countries are rolling back the access to gender affirming care, and you can say, this is not a big enough thing. I feel like you're just shifting the goalposts, to be honest.
Which journal was this article on?
This is from
Current Sexual Health Reports.
Current Sexual Health Reports. I don't think
you want. I can give you. What?
No.
This is published, by the way. This is a Springer journal. Springer is a very major publisher.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel
they have
maybe you guys are trying to look for a way around this.
No, it's not. We're not, like, again, you're citing things that don't prove your point. Like, you're just extrapolating.
What point didn't I prove? No, wait. What point did I?
There's a huge cultural reversal on this issue.
There's a medical institutional reversal in several European
countries. Not an institutional, like, publishing a paper is not an institutional reversal. Like, you don't understand these.
This is not one of the major journals. I was trying to see if it was some major journal like Nature or something.
No, so let's hear from Anan. You're a Christian as well. Hi.
Hi, greetings. Great to be on. Just wanted to preface with saying it's nice to meet you. Been watching you for quite a while. My background, I lean towards Orthodox Christianity, but I'm non-denominational as of right now.
Sure.
Now, I think that Joseph is being inherently dishonest because I used to major in psychology myself. So from a very early time period, we're talking early 2010s, we knew that gender-affirming care was negative to the mental health of adolescents, teenagers, etc., because we already had data suggesting that gender dysphoria fixed itself in about, I believe it was anywhere from 80 to 90% of cases.
I agree
I don't
with
have
that.
the citation on hand, but I can get it for you if you'd like. I cited it for one of my projects. It was actually one of the reasons why I ended up leaving psychology, because I realized that psychology was probably one of the most biased fields in academia, because they would ignore studies like this, and we're talking big studies, in order to push a political agenda. Now, I will agree that there has been some type of apprehension on the liberal powers right now to try to make it a point to neutralize more of the harsh reactions of the conservatives. But this has only been to save face, as you see in these types of liberal reforms pushing further and further. There has never been a trend of reactionism, of pushing against these liberal ideas, pushing against these progressive ideas. There's always been a push to continue towards this progress, to further decay the society. Now, of course, if we were going purely by the science, right, if we were going purely by what's best for the children, well, then the scientists at the very beginning would have seen this data, would have seen that the vast majority of gender dysphoria cases fix themselves or are fixed when other mental illnesses are treated. For instance, there tends to be a correlation
What
between.
was I dishonest about?
Hmm?
What was I dishonest about? I didn't say
You were
that.
saying that they walked it back about for the last 2 years there.
Yeah, I'm saying the
Research.
Yeah, your
policy
whole
was
narrative,
reversed.
Joseph, was that there's new, like the Western societies are making these decisions on the basis of science. So now the scientific research has shown that it's problematic, so they're rolling it back. What Anand is saying is that no, the scientific data existed prior to this surge of pro gender affirming care for minors.
I never
That's
said
his
that there.
point. It
No, no, listen.
contradicts the logical
It
flow
it
that you
doesn't,
presented.
Yes, it
because
does.
I didn't. No, no, but I didn't say that there was no studies that said that it didn't work. There were studies, but in the 2020 plus, there were these government large reviews of all the literature to that point, and they concluded from the literature to that point that there simply was no evidence for this,
So
and they
why did they
started
implement
reversing.
this entire program of social engineering, not just in Europe, like you're focusing on just a couple of countries, but this
Yeah, the
trans rights
UK.
agenda, trans children rights agenda is global. It's being spread by governmental authorities and the UN throughout the world. Why did they marshal, or why did they have this entire agenda, global agenda, if it wasn't based on science, if it wasn't based on the scientific data?
I'd
It
That's
also
the
could
whole
like
it
to.
point.
could have very well been due to ideology. I'm simply giving
Yeah,
one
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm
that's the
giving
point
a
we're trying to say.
counterexample.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm giving an example of some reversal.
It
So,
Yeah,
doesn't
we
matter if
got
it's
it. We
already made
got
a
it.
negative
No.
effect, dude.
sorry, what'd
It
you say?
doesn't matter if it's already made a negative effect. We've already pushed the goalpost here. Wait, sorry, let me go and get my
What's that a
alarm.
negative effect? I'm not sure what you're saying.
Could we listen to Brother Anand's questions or arguments, or maybe do we have other guests?
We'll have Anand back. Joseph, I think we've had
I think he
your
has to take a
points, so
phone
thanks
call.
for that. And
I
we'll
just
have
had to turn off my alarm because I forgot. I forgot it was on.
Sure. Okay. I see that you're a patriot with the American flag in the background.
Just because I was born here, I'm a nationalist, so I support my country, but I don't support what they do, type deal.
Okay.
Are
Well,
you a trad Orthodox, return to tradition Orthodox kind
Yeah,
of
pretty much.
gentleman? Oh.
I converted to Christianity not too long ago. It was around the time that I got married. I'm 21 right now. I got married at 20. So yeah, I'm all for young marriage, right?
well,
I honestly thought that Inspiring Philosophy's point was very dishonest in that you can't have this double standard of, we don't want young people to fornicate, but, we also don't want them to get married young because, let's be real, if you're, a 16-year-old guy, you're going to have hormones, you're going to have these types of urges. And so I inherently agree with the point that, younger individuals should be able to get married to other younger individuals. But what I wanted to ask Daniel was, well, what's the rationale for instance, say that I had like a 13-year-old daughter and the 30 or 32-year-old guy wanted to marry her. Why him instead of, for instance, another 13-year-old guy?
no, you could make that decision as the guardian of your children or your daughter. But in general, like this is an aspect of the debate that we didn't get into, even though I prepared to talk about this. It goes back to hypergamy, and it goes back to what females find attractive. They're attracted to men of higher status, and that is correlated to age. So you have women who will be attracted. It's called like the George Clooney effect. Like you'll have girls even who are attracted to much older men, like who might even be in their late 50s or 60s. Someone like Brad Pitt. Yeah, Brad Pitt. He's someone who is in his 60s maybe or late 50s, and he's still considered a sex symbol, a heartthrob, you know. And this is something that we see in Western culture. You have girls that are hitting puberty, and you know, they're not even 10 years old, but they have this kind of crush on much older celebrities. So it goes back to female attraction and hypergamy. But you as a guardian, you can determine like the suitability of a match for your daughter. And this is what happened with Christians. It happened with Muslims, because ultimately, as Dr. Abdullah said, the parent wants the best for his children. The parent wants the best for his children. And sometimes that might mean like, okay, it's best for my daughter to marry this millionaire who is 10 years, 20 years or more older than she is. And the other thing is that men age more slowly than women do, right? And this is part of it. That's why you can have a George Clooney effect. And that's why someone like Brad Pitt can still be physically attractive to women, is because not only his status as a celebrity, his wealth, but even his physical looks. Men age more slowly just from pure biology. Whereas women, it's because of differences in fertility, the gender differences in biology, they will age more quickly. That is a big factor as well in this kind of practice when there's a large age gap.
Mm. And the fact is also the peak sexual attractiveness of men and the peak sexual attractiveness of women are simply at different stages of life. Men are considered the most attractive, the most desirable in their 30s, late 30s, and 40 years of age. And you know, basically no girl is dreaming about the dreamy 15-year-old, the 16-year-old, because one, a 15 or 16-year-old male is usually not, you know, doesn't usually have high status. He's senior.
Hello?
He's not a leader.
Sorry, you dropped out for 1 second.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, a 15, 16-year-old male is not at the peak of his attractiveness to girls. He is not rich. He is usually very low status. He is not an expert or a leader in anything. A 15 or 16-year-old male has very little facial hair development and very little muscular development. You know, girls talk about the dad bod, which they basically mean muscularity. Under the effects of testosterone, a 15, 16-year-old kid has maybe 2-3 years of testosterone effect on his muscles. A 40-year-old man has about 30 years of testosterone effects on his muscles. He will be thicker than he was at 16 years of age. So he will have a fuller beard, and he will show on his face. The testosterone has an aging effect on the male face, and the skin will be rougher. He will look much more rough, and that is actually sexually appealing to women.
Yeah.
So men in this helpful graph shows demonstrates women are at their peak desirability in their teens and late teens and early 20s. Men are at their peak desirability maybe in the 30s, late 30s even. So this is just based on observation. This is not a scientific data, but this is an observation that I'm sure most people will agree with.
Got you. Yeah, I can agree with that graph. I'd have to say, just to preface with my questions, I think that Daniel won the debate, to be completely honest, because I think the damning point for Inspiring Philosophy is he could not give the same punishment for fornication outside of marriage. He kept on sidestepping it, like, both are immoral, Dan. I was like, yeah, but we're asking what you're going to be doing about that. right? Okay, you don't like this. This is in the same vein as that. So like, what are you going to do about it? They're both immoral. It's like, you're not answering the question,
Yeah.
right? But the second question that I'd have for you is, okay, I can buy that the prime sexual market value of a woman is much earlier than a man, but what would you say that a man would, for instance, get out of somebody? Let's just say they went through puberty at like 11. What would you say that he'd be able to get out of that compared to, for instance, a girl that he could marry at, for instance, 16, 17, 18, even 15?
Well, there are a lot of, I mean, if you want to talk about purely in the abstract, again, like you can say one is more ideal than the other. Like if 16 is more ideal than 12, like just purely in the abstract. But in the real world, like there are different factors that go into determining who's a a acceptable spouse. But the general thing that people are looking for in marriage are someone to have children with, someone who's going to take care of domestic affairs, someone who you might have family alliances. Like this is why a lot of the Roman kings or the Byzantine kings in history, or even in the medieval times, pre-modernity, you had royal families that wanted to create alliances between countries, and so they would betrothal between like a 4-year-old son and their 2-year-old daughter. They would have marriages, at that age, and it was based on creating those family alliances. Also, there's guaranteed virginity. Like virginity is something that is very important to men in terms of male attraction. And when you have an 11, 12, someone who has gone through puberty and has shown all of those signs of physical maturity, it's going to be a higher chance that she's a virgin the younger she is, as opposed to a 20-year-old. So these are all the kinds of benefits. Again, there's like benefits and harms that someone, or pros and cons that someone would have to make in those contexts.
My third question would be just the concern of predation. Like one of the concerns that I would have would be, for instance, say you have a much older man, like say he's in his like 70s, just for this example, and say that there's this girl that goes through puberty early, say she's like 11, and he's purely doing it for sexual gratification. Like what would be the safeguards with that besides my own guardianship?
Besides the guardianship, isn't the guardianship is the safeguard?
Okay. So
and
essentially,
it is enforced by and it's enforced by the state with firepower, with actual punishments for fornication, such as whipping the guy if he somehow sexually assaults your 11-year-old daughter. He would be executed, or he would be if he somehow tricked the 11-year-old into sexual intercourse, he would be publicly lashed, and so on and so forth. It's those are all like a system of laws, system of society, basically. Daniel mentioned repeatedly in the debate.
Yeah, I mean, the other counter example is like, what if you have an 18-year-old who's in an abusive relationship with a 70-year-old? That's possible, right? But it's legal. That possibility of abuse can happen between an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old in a sexual relationship, even without marriage, but it's still considered legal. So, and there are examples. Another point that came to mind is that you can, within Islamic history, like there are Ottoman court records that show that there was marriages that were arranged where the guardian or the father is arranging a marriage for his daughter, but there's a condition. Because the man is older, he conditions and says that you're married, but you can't cohabitate and have any kind of sexual relation until she matures physically. And there are Ottoman court records that show that people were prosecuted because they violated this agreement. There was an agreement made to contract the marriage, but the husband didn't abide by the contract, and he was punished for that. So these are, even within those marriages, there is oversight and there is legal liability backed by the caliph, the caliph's power to address that.
We just lost.
Sorry, my camera messed up.
Nice.
Sure. Okay.
That actually leads into my next question. Ironically enough, say that I had, for instance, a son or a daughter, and I knew that, say they were physically mature, but they weren't mentally mature, for instance, right? But I wanted them to get married because I was concerned about outside fornication, and I wanted to, have a spouse lined up. Would it be a possibility that I could say my daughter, or son might be physically mature, but he's not mentally mature enough to handle it? Can we wait until like X age for him to do that, or is it purely on the basis of physical maturity?
Again, like I think that when you're the guardian, you know your child best, and you make decisions on that basis. But mental maturity, we have to define like what that means exactly. Um, so physical, like again, like when you think of sexual teenagers with their raging hormones, the current model of development in terms of psychology, because of the education and this delayed adolescence or prolonged adolescence, people aren't really maturing in a certain sense until they're in their 30s in our current culture. In the past, people were maturing because they had more responsibility from an early age. They're expected to start a family, to start having kids, to take care of, like my grandfather, for example. He had to mature really early because his parents died, and he had to start working at 7 years old.
Wow.
So he had to, because there weren't social programs to keep children from working. He had to start working at 7 years old. He matured very fast, and that's the standard, like pre-industrialization. So we have to kind of understand what maturity means exactly. But there's also the thing that when people get married, like we have this idea within the modern Western culture that marriage is like a partnership between equals. And this is coming from feminism as well. But for the most part, when people get married, especially throughout history, they're not looking for like an intellectual equal, like someone to have like intellectual conversation with, and have that kind of a peer. Usually, men, when they're marrying, like there's other attributes that they're looking for in a spouse, like I mentioned, virginity, fertility, physical beauty, ability to like manage a household, like those kinds of characteristics are the priority. Whereas having like a degree in gender studies, or being able to sit and have a intellectual conversation with a peer, that's not really on the top of the list. And similarly
Yeah.
for girls, like similarly for women, like hypergamy, if you have a Brad Pitt, he has all this status, he's not gonna be a guy who you can talk to like you talk to with your girlfriends, like with people of the same gender. Like that's not what people get out of, like that's not the main thing that you get out of marriage. If you're able to have like nice conversations with your spouse, so be it. Like that's one thing that you can enjoy from a marriage, but it's not the only thing, and it's certainly not like this sole factor that disqualifies this entire spectrum of possible marriages or possible reasons that people get married in the past or present.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry, I
yeah.
didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. So, like the brother said, actually, there are studies that show men are less attracted to more educated women. With each additional degree, the attraction ratings, the scores given by men actually go down with, undergraduate, graduate, master's, PhD. It just keeps dropping with further education. And but even then, so in a we can all imagine, like we can all when we look inside, when we search inside for the meanings that we attach to terms, when we say mental maturity for a young man 20 years of age, what do we mean? He's able to make money, he's able to lead the family appropriately, he's able to take care of a family. That's what we mean. What do we mean when we say mental maturity for a girl? It just does not apply. It is a fake concept. The maturity is not something that men seek in women. Men actually like immature behavior, cheerful, cheerful, spontaneous, immature behavior feminine behavior is very attractive to men.
Agreeableness.
Agreeableness. So, mental maturity is not something that men really seek, and I'm not sure if it applies to women. I have seen like 40-year-old female surgeons giggling and jumping up and down in the intensive care unit next to a patient with severe burns or motorcycle accidents, and the guy's in like 6 different casts and full body pain, and the female surgeon is giggling and jumping up and down because someone said something exciting. So does it apply to women? I'm not entirely sure.
And I would say that the mental maturity of women is intertwined with the mental maturity of whatever man that they're with. I think that in order for femininity to be fostered and to truly be protected and developed, they need that type of masculine protection. Because I truly believe that the masculine, the male, provides that type of protective and nurturing role to where the woman can enjoy her femininity and womanhood in the fullest, right? And I think
Completely agree. Yeah,
I think
I
that's
completely
where
agree.
I think that's where Western society is messed up badly, is they kind of forgot about all that. And I think that's also goes into why women with more degrees are less attractive, because academia has always been a place to push ideas that are more socially progressive, right? So generally speaking, when women go to those places, instead of focusing on having a family or nurturing her femininity, she's forced to compete and put in a masculine role in these universities and in these campuses. And then when they're ultimately forced with these harsh situations, instead of being able to actually express themselves in their full femininity, they are forced to act like a man. Like my wife, she had her degree and she was forced to really rough it out because she was a mechanical engineering major. But I was lucky because I married her because she's from Southeast Asia. She is a Filipina. And like, even when I first met her, like I saw, she had issues trusting people, like her femininity wasn't really nurtured, and like getting in the relationship and actually seeing how I brought it out of her was something that I'd say is spectacular. And I think that a lot of women are missing that, especially in Western societies, and as more countries get westernized, and I think it's a big issue. So I would agree with you guys on that. I remember seeing Daniel's debate with that feminist hijabi. I forgot her name, and I was laughing when he brought up the cat. So I was just like, yeah. The another point that I wanted to bring up was so I'm a pre-medical student myself. I was pre-medical in psychology before. I ended up switching to accounting because I thought it was more practical and I hated the politicization of it. And so as a pre-medical major right now, I wanted to kind of like give Daniel perhaps another perspective on his points of precocious puberty, because I think that's where a lot of people were like, oh my God, how could he say that? But I think that inspiring philosophy was being very disingenuous because he wasn't really representing what precocious puberty actually was. So what precocious puberty is it's essentially one has their cycle way earlier than expected. Now, when he's bringing like, oh, it's 6 months, it's like, come on, man, that's not going to happen. Right. But anyways, like puberty is not just, of course, when a woman bleeds. It's also when a woman develops secondary sex characteristics, which often doesn't happen at that point in precocious puberty. And often when you look back in history, they matured earlier, yes, because of the stress. And when he's like, no, they didn't, it's like, yes, they did. Like the whole point of living that type of harsh life, if the body couldn't adapt, well, then God's creation would of course be faulty, because if we live in a situation where the majority of us are dying by like 13 or 14, well then I guess we're just gone. Like there's nothing that we can do. But of course, God put these type of safeguards in us to where if we're in this type of stressful situation, say food is scarce, or say that we're in this type of like very high pressured environment for survival, women will mature faster. And I think that that when it comes to that argument, I think that if you ever do have a follow-up debate, bring up the importance of not only the cycle, but of the secondary sex characteristics developing, because of course that's part of the female maturity, to where it'll just slash like any type of argument inspiring philosophy has out of the water, because those have to develop later, right? They can't like, oh yeah, because we all see 3-year-olds with like huge memory glands. That's just a common occurrence. We see that all the time. But I honestly enjoyed the debate. I was surprised that it was being debated. But I've always been more in favor for, like, if I had like a 15-year-old daughter and she wanted to get married to like a 15-year-old guy, I never thought that there would be like an issue of it, because in my eyes, I think that's where inspiring philosophy's ideas get messed up. Is he wants to cherry pick parts of Christianity that are like, yeah, these are good for the modern era, but then he totally ignores the other part, which is these aren't really that good for the modern era. Which, of course, fornication, right? Fornication is an absolute sin in Christianity. Right, you can't just say, "Oh, but it's a lesser sin," so we're just gonna slap him on the wrist, and that's that.
Rehabilitation.
Bad boy,
Yeah.
Yeah,
bad boy.
when a Muslim country allows a 14-year-old to marry, send in the armies, send in the bombers,
Yeah.
send in the nukes. But people are fornicating. 14-year-olds are fornicating in Japan. Just that's bad, guys. You shouldn't, guys. Let's rehabilitate you. Let's do Bible class together. So.
Yeah, and I think that that's the reason why ultimately the West is decayed, is because before in the West, if you did that type of stuff, like, it wasn't just bad boy, it was you were shunned. Like, everybody looked at you like, what are you doing? Like, you did that to my daughter, right? And if you look at the Bible itself, there were extreme punishments for doing that type of stuff, right? It wasn't just like, we're gonna take you to rehab and we're gonna show you why God loves you, and then you won't want to have sex outside of marriage, right? I think it's very disingenuous, and I agree with you that inspiring philosophy has pretty much just tried to make a liberal point, so where instead of actually speaking truth to the religion, he's just trying to gain followers, because yeah, it's all fine if you have all this sex, but the second that you kind of want to preserve your purity, then no, that's horrible. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
So I mean, do you see that this is a dilemma for the Christian position? Because I even had like conversations on Twitter where I'm asking Christians, so how are you going to curb this sexual desire and this rampant fornication, the sexting, the porn addiction, all of these things that are affecting Christian societies and even Muslim societies increasingly because they've adopted these Western liberal norms? How can you address it? And in the debate, Mike Jones just said, well, you have to practice this kind of control and abstinence, which, as I mentioned earlier, it would be considered torture. Like, you're practicing abstinence for years and decades. And then there was some Christians who are like, yeah, just send your kids to therapy. Like, you should send your kids to therapy to control these kinds of desires. And that doesn't make sense either, because a licensed counselor is not allowed to teach abstinence. Licensed therapists aren't allowed to teach Christian morals or Islamic morals, for that matter. You can't teach abstinence. The counselor or the therapist is going to say that, well, if you have these desires, if you do not act on them, this is actually going to cause you mental harm. You have to act on your desires. Otherwise, you are repressing your sexual desires, whether they be heterosexual or homosexual or non-binary or whatever. So even like the reach of, oh, we're gonna prescribe therapy for our children to prevent them from fornicating, doesn't really make sense. So what is really the answer then? I'm surprised. I expected a lot more Christians to join this live stream, but it's a desert out there. Like, where are they? Like, I would think that they would jump at this opportunity to, it's a home run issue for them, supposedly, of child marriage, blah blah blah, minor marriage in Islam, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and Aisha. They talk aloud, they talk a big game on Twitter, but then we invite them to come and justify that, and they're nowhere to be found, other than yourself and the Joseph guy.
Yeah.
Well, I would say, generally speaking, if you wanted to ask my position, well, first off, if you ever have that debate again with Inspiring Philosophy, I will give you something to look into, because I think that it'll help your point. Because I am all for, traditionalists of the Abrahamic faith, like, cooperating with one another, right? So generally speaking, like, Inspiring Philosophy tried to bring up the fact, if you marry younger, it's less likely to work out. Bring up the fact that if a girl has partners outside of her husband, she's a lot more likely to get divorced, and it becomes exponentially worse as a woman has more partners outside of marriage, which would crush his argument, because especially in the West, the age of virginity being taken is lower and lower.
Right.
But going further on, my solution as a Christian, right? And this is my solution. I'd say that both should be illegal, right? I don't think it should be as harsh as 18, because of course, like throughout history, depending on our circumstances, we've had a lot lower age of consent to where we could get married. Just basically due to the fact that we didn't have education, which is what Daniel's point is correct. Like we didn't have that education. We're trying to make sure that people get the education, which conveniently states why you shouldn't get married, right? Which plays into the whole cycle and tries to convince you to go to college and university, which then convinces you not to get married because you got to focus on your blah 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 blah. But I just I'd make both banned. I think that both should be a jailable offense, and I think that generally speaking, right, depending on what age of consent that you would bring forward. I think that the age of consent should definitely be reduced when it comes to the circumstances of a type of country. But I'm not going to take a type of, well, I like this biblical law, but I don't like this one. So I would say that both should be punished, right? Both should be.
Wait, fornication and what?
Fornication and, for instance, having sex with somebody or trying to, like get wed to somebody, like having an illegal marriage that's too young.
Okay.
I mean, in America, a really common age of consent for marriage in America was about 10, about like 100, 200 years ago. In the Ottoman Empire,
but
in the Ottoman Empire, they considered 9 years of age as the bottom limit, and still subject to judicial review if the girl was still not mature.
In the U.S., there is no minimum. In 20 or 25 states, there is no minimum for marriage. There is judicial oversight, but it's not illegal. So you would be advocating for legal reform in those states. So.
Yeah.
And,
So we have another Christian here, so we can add him.
And
hey guys, how's it going?
Hey.
Fellow Spaniard? Question mark.
I am, yes. Well, kind of.
What happened? I couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, good. So I'd just like to say that I kind of agree with Anon here. Daniel obviously won the debate. And I think it's actually quite problematic for inspired philosophy to argue for a moral position in Christianity. And the entire basis of his argument relies on secular scholars and kind of like this apparent scientific consensus. And he never actually brought the moral theologians that are, in the tradition that speak about what constitutes a valid marriage. Inspired philosophy, I think he doesn't reveal what his denomination is. So it's kind of hard to gauge
Liberal. That's his denomination.
Well, yeah. He has a lot of problematic theological positions as well, but it's kind of hard to gauge exactly what the sources of doctrine that he would use ordinarily. But it seems like he kind of ultimately just disregards the tradition. And obviously as well, there was one weird thing that happened in the debate was that he seemed to say that the canons, because Daniel brought this as an argument, right? The canons of the church was kind of like just putting forward what the culture of the time was permitting, but that's not really how canon law works, right? Canon law is supposed to be a guidance for the bishops to apply prudence in guiding the church. And I guess if you're a Roman Catholic like me, you would never say that the church, through her canons, could ever do something that is intrinsically immoral. So if the church ever allows for 12-year-olds to get married, then that means that this act cannot be intrinsically immoral. It could be prudentially unwise, possibly, but it can never be intrinsically immoral.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah. And the current canons of the Catholic Church, specifically, the prudential decision is for marriage to be 16-year-old for boys and 14-year-old for girls, although there's still leniency given in some African countries that have a lower, marriage, and so it's still permissible to marry younger than 14-year-old as girls. And this kind of like my general idea of the debate. I think Christians really undermine we really undermine our positions when we attack Islam for things that are also would damn the traditional position of Christians themselves. So
I mean,
that's what I
personally,
wanted
I'm
to
not a
say.
Catholic, so when it comes to like the teachings of the papacy, etc., it's something that I take with a grain of salt. Um, one of the reasons why I didn't become Catholic when I was first converting to Christianity was the notion of papal infallibility. I thought that that doctrinal concept was a bit questionable, especially with the difference in papal opinions. I get that like some Catholics will try to rationalize it, that the Pope has to speak in particular ways or at a particular summit or with particular, people present. But generally speaking, I've seen that used to get out of a lot of contradicting positions that different popes would have. But I do admire the papacy as a Spaniard. Like in the 30s, when the Spanish Civil War was happening, and the godless heathens were trying to take over our country. Um, Now that being said, I will go ahead and say that when it comes to like the consent issue, like and marriage in and of itself, that it's a multifaceted issue for sure, and it's dependent, on the countries, the type of circumstances they're going through, and of course it's up to the guardian. I agree with the Muslim position with that on whether and I do believe that we should have more traditional marriage in the sense that the suitors should go to the father to ask for the hand in marriage, um, and in which case, I would be the deciding factor whenever I had children, which I hope to soon, God willing. Um, and But yeah, so I think that that inspiring philosophy just pretty much it's been like a worrying shift in Christianity to where they've been so much trying to placate the left that they've strayed so far from what Christianity actually believes in that the majority of people that call themselves Christian aren't even really Christian anymore.
Mm.
No.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your remarks. I obviously agree that traditional people have to work together and support each other against this liberal onslaught. So I appreciate you guys showing your support, and definitely always have an open door policy for traditional Christians, Jews, other religions to talk about these issues, because every concession that we make to this liberal machine, like, that's less and less of our faith that we really practice. So eventually there's going to be no faith left. And with someone like inspiring philosophy, I wonder, like, how much of Christianity does he really believe in? So here we have like people in the comments saying that I lost the debate, like this Legic Vaughn. Why don't you join the chat? Like, just join, come on stream and explain to us how I lost the debate. I really would like to talk to you and understand, like, where's the loss.
I actually used to do professional debate in school, and I also, when debate.org and stuff like that used to be a big thing, which was an online debate site, I was one of the top debaters there too. And I can break it down why you won, like hands down. It's the fact that of course, the burden of proof, in these types of debates tends to be, on the affirmative. But the issue is that, Khan needs to go ahead and be able to bring like reasonable doubt in. And so when you have inspiring philosophy essentially taking sexual morality of one stance of the Bible, you have to defend equally the stances of sexual morality in other parts of the Bible. Otherwise, your model is null and void, and you're pretty much just advocating liberalism, and in which case your whole position as a Christian is gone. Now, if he wanted to argue from like a liberal stance, then he would need to justify why that liberal stance is correct. But then we're just going on that, well, it's moral because I said it's moral, and I'm pretty cool, right? So of course, once he started like gish galloping, well, I don't think that's the right term. Once he started flip flopping, that's the right term. On, well, it's immoral to go ahead and have sex outside of marriage, but we can't, like that. That's when Daniel like immediately won the debate because his framework automatically got destroyed. Like, there's nothing that you can say. Like, you can say, oh, well, I inherently disagree with the fact that with that, so I'm going to think inspiring philosophy won, but that doesn't mean that inspiring philosophy won. That just means you disagree with Daniel.
Yeah.
In all reality, Daniel won, whether you disagree with him or not. Like, for me, like, I think that limits on that type of marriage should be enforced, but I can go ahead and overlook that and be like, look, Daniel obviously argued a lot better than inspiring philosophy. That's just fact.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good way to see, like, what is a winning debate or not, is, are you contradicting your principles? Like, are you undermining your positions with the kinds of arguments that you're making? And are you sneaking in premises that actually, if you reveal those premises, they would undermine your entire religious background or religious principles? And so I was able to bring that out in the debate, just in my opening statement. But he didn't show any contradiction in my position. Like, there was no logical contradiction or a violation of my principles or Islamic principles in the debate. Like, ultimately, his argument, and even in the post-debate analysis, is that, wow, look at these crazy Muslims. They think that this is okay. Like, it's just an appeal to emotion. It's an appeal to the status quo that he just repeats. And the scientific citations that he made, I pointed out there's problems in what you're citing just off the top of my head, like in the debate. And we now had like a medical professional who is able to read a scientific paper, and we've debunked like all of these papers that he's also citing as well. So what else is there to stand on?
Yeah. And we showed that, we clearly showed that, and you pointed out in the debate too. A woman over the age of 40 is far more likely to suffer horrible adverse events during childbirth. And you ask them, well, are you in favor of banning 40-year-olds from becoming pregnant?
That's also where he won the debate right there. I remember.
That was excellent. That was excellent. And all he could say was, they should ask the medical professionals. Well, I have been in those situations. Do you know what we tell 40-year-old ladies? We tell them, look, you are in a heightened risk group. This is called advanced maternal age pregnancy. So we consider this to be high risk. So it is up to you to decide if you want to go through this and if you want to take the risks. Why can't we say this to 15-year-olds who don't even have that much risk when we look at the high quality studies?
Yeah.
So
if the debate was just about, is child marriage good, then that would be a different debate. I would have prepared differently, would have had a different opening statement, like if I was debating a atheist, for example. But the debate topic was specifically Christianity versus Islam. And if the opponent just jettisons, like throws away Christianity, and he did that explicitly in the debate, then that's a concession, basically, that you're debating something else that's not the topic of the debate. So that's how I felt like in the debate and after the debate. And I'm waiting for a Christian to come on and challenge that. But if no one's willing to do that, that's fine. We're enjoying Anan and Leo's perspective.
Yeah.
Also, the earlier guest, he was talking about pederasty and homosexuality and saying that the Christians were the ones that were pushing against that. It wasn't just the Christians. Like, Greeks in and of themselves were also against it. Like, there's a big misconception throughout history that the Greeks were somehow this LGBTQ paradise where, all the gays could just frolic.
Yeah, it was an elite thing.
Yeah, and not only was it an elite thing, but it was shunned even by the elites.
Yeah.
They, Greeks viewed the indulgence in sexual, proclivities that weren't conducive towards, like, for instance, the creation of life to be a disservice to oneself, right?
Ancient pagan Greeks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they made it a point to go ahead and say stuff like, I'm gonna butcher the quote, but it's something along the lines of like, one who conquers his enemies are great, but one who conquers himself is greater. And that's like a big thing, is the reason why, their culture was against pederasty for the most part, and the elites, did that, and the elites were being chastised. Even Plato, who originally liked pederasty, ended up being one of its greatest detractors towards the end of his life, due to the fact that he saw the detrimental effects it had on boys. So I don't think that that's like the hill you want to die on, that Christianity was the one that was just pushing against it while all these other people weren't. I think the hill that you would want to die on when it comes to Christianity is the importance of marriage in those cultures. Like, that's where Christianity like really hammered it home, right? Now, don't get me wrong, there was marriage before Christians, but Christians pretty much put the guidelines and the standards for that, right? When it came to the pagans, like they mostly like they had divorce, etc., and the divorce was a lot easier to obtain than under the Christians. The Christians made it a point to limit sexual immorality and limit infanticide and these types of practices that were done in the Roman Empire. So to go ahead and like say, oh, well, they were against pederasty, so they were against child marriage it's disingenuous.
Yeah, that's good information about Greek culture. I had seen a video. I didn't finish the video that was on YouTube about this kind of misrepresentation of the ancient Greeks as being pro homosexuality or even pro pederasty, because this is definitely like what's pushed in academia. But it's good to see that being debunked. That was not acceptable, actually, even amongst the ancient Greeks.
Yeah. I know that like one of the things that they go for is the pottery point. Like, oh, there's sizable homosexual pottery, but when you look at the pottery, the vast majority of things they say are homosexual aren't, and the ones that are done by satyrs, I believe are their name. And the satyrs, are considered like debaucherous, horrible, almost like the equivalent to demons, pretty much. Like they're horrific. So like if they're doing it, it's like you don't want to do it type deal. So again, it's like a mischaracterization of the Greek position.
Yeah, very interesting.
Well, thank you. But yeah, I'm glad that I actually was able to join one of these. The finals has my sleep schedule all messed up, so I wanted to join this earlier, but I woke up and I was like, no, it's already like 3 hours in. Can I get in? And I finally managed to get in because I've been watching your channel for a while and your debates, and of course, like a lot of the times. I'm like the one commenting like, yeah, I'm a Christian, and I think Daniel won because your argumentation is really, really good, really strong. And generally speaking,
Appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome. And generally speaking, like a lot of the people that try to debate you are really bad. Like I'd say that the worst opponent, like the one who did the worst, was Vosh. Like Vosh utterly floundered on the pornography debate. Like it was such a meme.
Yeah. I was so angry. Like in that debate, I was so angry because of the way he disrespected E. Michael Jones, because he debated the same topic with who's Catholic, E. Michael Jones, and I was just so angry at the way he was talking to E. Michael Jones, who's like an older gentleman, and I wanted to get my revenge, but I think that I was able to win that one too. And alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say one thing is that whenever I started watching the debate, I kind of already knew how it was gonna go, and this is one of the pet peeves that I have generally with Christian apologetics is that we do have substantial disagreement with Islam that could cause lots of debate. Obviously, we're not the same faith, but I think that if we try to focus our polemics on issues that can also undermine our own tradition, then we should just avoid that, right? So generally, the kind of like the issues of violence or conquer, or even this issue that we're discussing right now, I think we should just avoid that and focus on the more substantial divisions that we're having.
We should come to a common word between us.
Yeah, but I think that's too much to ask because lots of Christians are very liberal. So
that's one thing that I hate is suddenly Christianity has become like this pacifist paradise where like nobody can have any wars or defend themselves because and they only look at well, Jesus said if you live by the sword you die by the sword. And that's the key. It's like let's not mind all the wars that happen in the Bible. Let's not mind all the brutal punishments that were dished out to people in the Bible. Like let's not go ahead and mind just war theory for both the Orthodoxy and the Catholics, and even the wars the Protestant went into. No, we know better now. And you want to know what? When we go to war, it's because we have no other alternative, and it's not because of Christianity, because of liberalism, because we need to enlighten people. We need to show them the truth of what we just came to, even though like thousands of years of Christians, they're just wrong. No, they were just backwards. We know better now. I hate that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are all based, so
Oh, thank you.
Sorry to disappoint you. I know you wanted some disagreement, but
yeah. There's one other person in the backstage, but he's not turning on his camera, so I can't add him to the stream. But I appreciate your perspectives. I absolutely agree with Leo that, I can respect a Christian who will debate on the basis of theology. I think those are interesting debates, and that's more substantive ultimately. But just arguing that, Islam is false because it's not liberal enough. Okay, well then if that's the basis of your argumentation against Islam, then Christianity is not liberal enough, because you can be more of a liberal by being an atheist as opposed to a believing Christian. So it's
Yeah.
like it's a self-own, it's a constant self-own, and these apologists don't acknowledge it. Mike Jones is so cringe. Like he literally posts on the idea that Mother Mary came to slay the patriarchy, and he posts like a
What?
picture. Yeah, he
What?
posts a picture of like a painting, or I don't know, a digital image of what a depiction of Mother Mary, the Virgin Mary, and she's holding a cross and like a weapon, like she's about to slay the patriarchy with this cross. Like that's the type of mindset that someone like a heretic like Michael Jones has. So I don't know why any Christian would take that seriously, but
Yeah, he's.
I'm
Anon
pretty
is
sure
googling it right now.
I don't want to like
There's
you
a lot
know
of people in the house, so I just have to say hi whenever they come in.
I don't want to slander him, but I'm pretty sure Michael Jones is a panentheist as well, which is a kind of a really not congruent with Christian orthodoxy.
I just have to say
Um,
one thing to Michael Jones. Even if you want to quote the New Testament, Jesus said that a man is to his wife like Jesus is to the church, which means that he leads his wife, but he sacrifices of himself to go ahead and help his wife, be better. Which means that at the end of the day, it's not we're totally equal. We're gonna crush patriarchy. No, that's patriarchy. We're leading our wives. We're just doing so not selfishly. We're doing it for not only our benefit, but for their benefit. We're self-sacrificing ourselves so that our wives can prosper. It's not, Jesus came down. He's like, you want to know what? I don't like sin, but you want to know what I don't like more? Men. That's not what he did at all, and I think that's ridiculous. Now, going on the
here's the picture I'll show you right now.
all right.
Let me put it.
I don't know if I want to see that.
Yeah, he has like a video how Christianity smashed the patriarchy, and this is his thumbnail on it. Hold on, let me put it on this. Okay. Share this. Yeah. Like this is his thumbnail. Like, how is this not the most cringy thing that you've ever seen?
Oh
Wow.
yeah, that's really cringy. Oh no. Yeah, Christianity smashed the patriarchy so much that they still claim that there was a patriarchy until as recent as like the 1980s and 90s. Yeah, Christianity really gave it the good old 1-2 punch to the patriarchy, huh?
Yeah, and the patriarchs, like the church fathers, are called the patriarchs. So
Yeah.
that's where the word is coming from.
Wow.
There's an extra level of insult to this picture if you consider that, the sin of Eve was leading the household as a woman and deceiving the household. And Mary, as I guess a title for her being the new Eve, she fixes what Eve did through her obedience to the will of God. And so to say that it's very insulting to say that she would crush the patriarchy because the patriarchy is the natural order of the family as established by God and broken through disobedience, right? So
I converted to Christianity myself because at first I was just a deist. Like I believed that a God existed, but I didn't really believe in any specifics. Like I thought, okay, well, if a God exists, well, he didn't put anything. He just kind of created us and just wanted to see what we would do type deal. But then as like I started to experience like how people operated, how the world operated, and I started seeing like the concepts that the Bible would bring out, like sin and holiness, etc. And I started seeing how that applied to the actual world. I started realizing that it wasn't like this abstract to be abstract. It actually existed. And once it started to exist, I was like, okay, there must be something to this because, when we look at, other faiths outside of the Abrahamic faith, they don't address these types of points, or they address it, but they address it in a way that's not conducive to, the what I like to call the sinful nature of humans, or their ability to go closer to the holiness of God, because of course no human could ever be perfectly holy unless of course we're talking about the Holy Mary, right? Because of course we all have original sin, but when it comes to that type of duality of exploiting human nature, towards evil, aka sin, and exploiting human nature towards type of better attributes, like good attributes, to where we become closer to God. Once I saw that duality like actually take place in real life, and I saw that what the Abrahamic faiths were saying made sense, like, and they actually applied that. That's was the biggest proof that I needed, to where I was like, okay, this makes sense. And then it was simply a point of which Abrahamic faith I wish to follow, and I ended up on Christianity. My wife, she's a Catholic. She's been a Catholic all of her life. And I tried to look into Catholicism because I was curious what she believed in. And no offense to you, Leo, but I couldn't. And because again, the papal authorities.
I heard you were looking into Orthodoxy. I was actually Orthodox until a few months ago.
Oh, really?
So yeah. So so if you ever
Getting
have
spicy
any
here.
questions, if you have any questions, I guess you could. I don't know how you contact me, but anyways.
Do you have like any Discord or anything like that?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat right now. I gotta go, guys. Thank you for having me, Daniel. It was nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, nice talking to you.
Adios.
Maybe you guys will consider Islam and become Muslim. Maybe that's the middle path between these other denominations. But just throwing it out.
The third option.
The third option.
The forbidden third option.
Yeah.
But when it came to Islam, like I looked into it, but I actually, what I did was, I don't know if you know of like a freelancing place called Upwork. But what I do is I would hire Muslims to answer questions that I had about their faith. And basically it was like this type of like, I give like prompts, like say, Christian apologist is X, right? Like, for instance, let me think about one of them that I had: Quranic preservation. This Christian apologist claims that the Quran was not preserved in a sufficient way. What would you say to rebut this? What are your sources? Like, what do you think about it? Right. And I'd have them go into depth and, talk to me about it. Namely, like writing out like an essay. I have a lot of the essays still in my computer or in my Google Drive, depending on like where I saved it. And I'd read through it, and then I'd give them another prompt, and I'd ask them about their stances. But I'd have to say that the big thing that hangs me up is how does one put this? It's their stance on the crucifixion, and their stance on the Trinity. I think that some of the Trinity is misunderstood, and I think that the last thing, polygyny. I could never get behind polygyny.
Well, God seems to be okay with polygyny throughout the Bible.
Well, that's something that Jesus changed in the New Testament. Like he specifically, depending on your stance, I forgot if it was in the letters to the Corinthians or technically, that's Paul, but the letters to the Corinthians, he stated that for every man will be to one wife, right? Or something along that stance. I would need to bring up the actual verse to give you the direct quotation. But to say that Christianity, in the sense of like the Judeo-Christian God was always against polygyny is a mistake. But I think that to say that Christians in and of themselves are against polygyny is not a mistake.
Well, the Christians sorry. Go ahead.
Because you're expressing it like this is like such a red line that it is like such a moral violation. I can't wrap my head around it. And I think Dr. Abdullah's point is that, well, this was something practiced. You can still believe, or something sanctioned by the Bible. Our doctrine changed because whether it's coming from Paul or whether it's coming from somewhere else in the New Testament, that's not the same thing, right? So if you want to like have a moral argument against Islam, for example, or against polygyny, it's still hard to do that as a Christian, because you'd have to again undermine. You can't make a moral argument. You can make a doctrinal argument about a change in doctrine.
What I meant, I don't see it as like this type of like red line where how could anybody do that? Like I'm not that type of emotional person that's going to be like, I don't like it, and therefore it's not true. Like I totally agree that in times, especially in the Old Testament where it wasn't a large population, right? Polygyny was pretty much a necessity, right? And I go with the Daniel Hikikachu point, which is, when you're in a situation where, there's a bunch of tribes that want to kill you, and, it benefits you to have the most kids that you can. And, just so happens polygyny helps you, right? Like, then how can it be immoral, right? It's either that or you die, right? Like, And like you get to see your kids die, you get to see, you know, your daughters have to be forced into the other camp. Like, no, at that point, polygyny is completely fine. I think that the reason why the doctrine changed is because at that particular point, the human population, especially being extended to the Gentiles, pretty much eclipsed the need to do that, especially due to the fact that the Christianity, regardless of like because of course the Orthodox and even some Protestant perspectives believe that the Catholic Church wasn't always evil or corrupt, right? They didn't always have false doctrines. They eventually went astray. So you could easily, you know, make the argument that, you know, Jesus, of course, being attached to the Father, had the knowledge that that type of practice wouldn't necessarily be needed for Christians, and thus it was changed, right? And I think that that's like the case why polygyny would be argued against from the Christian perspective. It's not like, oh, it's so horrible, I can't believe that anybody would want to have sex with another woman, because, you know, marriage is where we love one another, you know, like
Well, I
but
think that's like within the logic of Christianity and revelation as understood by Christianity. Yeah, it's very clear that polygyny is something that was abrogated. Basically, you can put in the terms that Islamic scholars use, like there's abrogation, because it's not like the Christian understanding of revelation is not that revelation ends with Jesus. Revelation, because there's the Holy Spirit, right, that is coming and inspiring to the church fathers, for example, and the church itself. So if the Holy Spirit comes and says that, you know, polygyny is something that is no longer allowed, even if Jesus himself literally didn't say that, then that within the logic of Christianity, traditional Christianity, then yeah, it'd be something unchristian or contrary to Christian values.
well, generally what we believe is, depending on like your school of thought in Christianity, we believe in either, if you're Catholic, the filioque, I believe it's called, and if you're Orthodox, you believe in another section of the Trinity. I believe the big difference is the generation of the Holy Spirit. Generally speaking, they're all co-eternal and co-equal. But one school of thought, I believe, it says that the Holy Spirit generates from the Father, and the Son generates from the Father, and the other says that the Holy Spirit generates from both the Father and the Son. So the Holy Spirit, in and of that sense, it is, you know, I'm going to take the second understanding, it is Jesus, and the fact that it is generated from Jesus, and it is co-eternal with Jesus. So technically speaking, you know, if we were to, you know, get like that type of revelation that the Holy Spirit gave to us, then it would be from, you know,
Right.
Jesus, who is also God, who's also the Holy Spirit.
But same with the Old Testament. The Father is also Jesus, and so he's also either commanding or sanctioning, as in approving of polygyny before. So
Yes, that's why I don't have that type of like moral objection. Like, it's horrible. I just think that, you know, once the history it wasn't necessary for us, like that's when he was like, okay, well, you don't need to do that.
right. Okay, guys. Well, it's over 5 hours stream post-debate analysis.
It was great to finally meet you. You know.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciated all of your contribution, and as a Christian coming on the stream, it's brave to do that. And also the others who came on, Leo, Joseph as well. Thank you for coming on the stream and giving your perspectives, challenging some of the points that we made. It was good. And obviously appreciate Dr. Abdullah, who brought a lot of expertise to the conversation, and had a great time with him.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. This was a pleasure.
Yeah. So if you viewers, you want Dr. Abdullah to come back, I ask you to put in the comment section, bring Dr. Abdullah back, ! So we can be sure that everyone is in support of having him come back on the stream and talking with us about various subjects, inshallah. So, okay. And with that, I'll conclude. Also, final reminder, if you can please, you want to stay in touch with Muslim Skeptic, go to muslimskeptic.com and go to the top tab. Like, I'll just show you on the screen right now. Right here in the top, it says subscribe to our newsletter. That's our contact list. Just enter your email, like your primary email address. We're not going to sell your data. We're not going to spam you. you want to just stay in touch with Muslim Skeptic, that is the best way to make sure that you stay in touch. Because like I said, these kinds of anti-liberal perspectives that we're talking about and defending on this channel, there's a likelihood that we could get banned off of YouTube, off of Facebook, off of Twitter. That's always a possibility. It's happened before. So just stay in touch with us, subscribe on this with your email address, and that ensures that we can contact you and provide you with videos and content on an ongoing basis without necessarily having to deal with YouTube or any other social media platform. So just a final reminder for that. And yeah, like the video, subscribe, and we'll catch you on the next one, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I don't know Arabic, so I'll just say God bless. And
okay. Thank you, Anan. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.